Good morning, everybody. Thank you for making it here early in the morning, with difficulties, perhaps. So we will start in a minute or so, a little bit late, according to the program, but don't worry. We have one cancellation, and we will make up for this time. Okay, yesterday was a beautiful day, for me at least. I felt what Aristotle calls eudaimonia, and I think the same hopefully will happen today. Okay, so our first speaker is Giorgos Hadjivasiliou, a young PhD from Aristotelian University in Thessaloniki, and the author of, at least to my knowledge, of the first Greek book on the philosophy of AI. And correct me if there's others which are translations, but this is kind of a genuine Greek book. And as a young scholar, he's going to tell us about the future. So his talk is the philosophy of AI and Aristotle, who owns the future. Yorgo.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to warmly thank Academy of Athens and Academy of Cyprus for the honor of being here as a keynote speaker at this symposium on Aristotle and AI. At a symposium where we delve into the question of if and what an ancient Greek philosopher like Aristotle has to offer to the futuristic years of AI, web, and nanotechnology. It's a crucial question. In this presentation, mainly focusing on modern philosophy of AI, I will attempt to philosophically highlight the big picture of some of the most pivotal challenges AI incubates for the future and how these relate to three dimensions of Aristotelian philosophy. First, its logic. Second, the relationship that there is between technology and nature. And third, Aristotelian ethics. I will attempt to show that Aristotle's thought plays a pivotal role once again in our era, but also that some fundamental aspects of his thinking need to be critically reconsidered. I will begin with an introduction to the ontology and political philosophy of AI that will serve as a bridge for the aforementioned Aristotelian fields of interest. Now, from the threshold of third millennium, the beginning of a new world is unfolding, incubated by artificial intelligence. A technology characterized by emblematic thinkers and technologists as more significant than fire, more significant than electricity, or anything else of the great issues humanity has dealt with. And these words belong to the head of Google, Sundar Pichai. Now, according to the Nobel winner, Geoffrey Hinton, the so-called father of artificial intelligence, AI can only be compared with technologies such as the Industrial Revolution, electricity, or perhaps the very invention of wheel. Now, the deeper significance of AI and modern technology can be detected through an ontological exploration of its depths. The first to attribute an ontological homeland or to technology is Martin Heidegger, the most significant spirit ontology has to shown since 20th century. For Heidegger, the very essence of our era is technology. But as he notes, the essence of technology is not nothing technological to itself. Technology is not a tool, as it is often perceived by everyday and philosophical thought. Technology, as Heidegger notes, is a way of revealing of being, the very dominant way of our time. Thus, AI in the 21st century is the supreme peak of this ontological revealing. But the question is, what is AI? Often when the term AI is heard out in public, the mind might go to hordes of robots attacking us from the future. However, AI is not mainly about robots, nor about the future, as AI is already present here, now, and everywhere. For example, every time we use platforms of social media such as Facebook, TikTok, or Instagram, actually we do use platforms of AI, possibly without even recognizing it. Now, if we want to feel how much AI has already changed the world, politically and historically, we can consider the massive impact of only one of its applications, Google. Google actually is the most powerful, or one of the most powerful AI platforms on planet. And everything, gaining information, gaining knowledge, our work, our education, has been globally transformed after Google's emergence 25 years ago. Thus, human history has already been tectonically transformed by just one AI entity, Google. And from this standpoint, the significance of AI is primarily related with its political impact, thus with political philosophy, and secondarily with philosophy of mind. And we are seeing only the first infantile aspect, stage of artificial intelligence. AI will have an impact on the 21st century comparable to that of the technology of electricity had on the 20th century, which changed the history of humanity after millennia. But AI will affect us even more profoundly. And we need to keep to our mind that AI currently is at its first stage. It's going to multiply the capabilities, thus the possibilities and the threats that it incubates. Now, AI, as it mimics human logic, already often wins human lawyers in legal battles, makes faster diagnosis than doctors, or writes journalistic texts. And even art, the last quasi-bastion for some thinkers of human ontology, is challenged by the invasion of AI. We do know that algorithms right now compose classical music, they compose poetry, or visual arts that stands indistinguishably alongside those of humans. Due to this wide range of possibilities, it is predicted that AI can replace humans in the future in a vast percentage of the professions we do today, of the jobs we do today. An estimation coming from institutions such as the University of Oxford, European Union, or AI Nobel winners such as the head of DeepMind, Demis Hassabis. And the question is, why is AI so impactful? Or to put it in other words, why is AI ontologically so important? AI is ontologically important, artificial intelligence is ontologically important, because the very phenomenon of intelligence is quite ontologically important. Homo sapiens did not dominate on Earth, on other beings, on other species, because we have stronger muscles compared to them. We have dominated because we have stronger intelligence compared to them. Even the very name that we have given to ourselves, to our species, Homo sapiens, the wise men, reflects exactly this rare characteristic, ontological characteristic of ours. However, it took millennia, or even more than that, for natural evolution to build, to create this kind of intellectual levels that Homo sapiens have. But AI can reach or even surpass this kind of intellect, this level of intellect, not in millennia, but in a few decades or even in a few years from today. Many AI experts were predicting that this will take place by the end of the 21st century. Others were estimating that we are going to reach this historical milestone by the middle of the 21st century. And now we have many, many more that after the rise of OpenAI, and mainly after the rise of ChatGPT that took place about 2.5 years ago, now predict that we are going to have AGI by the year 2029. And as it is quite obvious, 2029 is almost here. Among those who speak about artificial general intelligence for AGI by 2029 are important figures of artificial intelligence like Geoffrey Hinton, who stated just last year, quote, "I think in 5 years' time, AI may be well able to reason better than us." Now, even the new Trump administration, if we have a political look on this phenomenon, even the new Trump administration in the US announced the Stargate project. That is a massive investment of $500 billion in AI that its goal, as it was officially announced, is to develop AI, AGI, and super intelligence. Now, we need to think that if someone a few years ago had claimed that these declarations would be an official goal of a US government, this person would have been considered as absurd. However, the developments in AI for the last couple of years are so rapid that this is now a tangible political reality. AGI is the official goal now of more and more tech companies and states competing in the AI arena. So how does this futuristic state of our times connect to Aristotle's philosophy? The emergence of AI points to a future that feels deeply unfamiliar compared to any other previous human history experience. A history which, from an Aristotelian perspective, has been shaped by a unique human trait, our capacity for logic and reason. Aristotle saw this rational faculty as ontological privilege of ours, of humans, as something that defines what it means to be human and drove our civilization to build everything. Thanks to our logic and reason, we have built cities, sciences, arts, religions, and philosophies. But now AI seems to disrupt this ontological monopoly of rationality that humans have. It begins to exhibit something astonishing, the capacity itself for creating products of higher logic. And that, in my thesis, shapes the ontological core of AI, its ability to produce works of logic. Not that it has logic, but that it produces works of logic. Higher logical reason, what Aristotle and later modern thinkers like Descartes, Spinoza, Kant, and Hegel saw as the very essence of human civilization, the trait that sets us apart from other beings, now begins to appear in a new kind of entity, artificial intelligence. In my interpretation, here lies a substantial philosophical difference of the essence of AI compared to the essence of any other previous technology, that AI produces logic. Let's think the different ontologically of AI compared to any other technology of the past. Let's say the essence, for example, of industrial technology, such as the industrial mechanisms of a factory or of an airplane. The difference between a simple industrial car and a smart AI car is that the first one moves based on the logic of its driver, of its human driver. The second, however, the smart car, moves thanks to the data it itself takes into account, data such as maps, traffic pedestrians, the road quality, weather, etc. And smart car, AI car, produces its own logical judgment about what is the best route and the best way to drive. So AI mimics precisely this ontological core of humans, their logical capacity. Of course, it does so through a profoundly different architectural structure of functioning compared to human brain and mind. We must not anthropomorphize artificial intelligence. Human mind and AI are profoundly different. But if we want to explore ontologically the being of AI, that is logic, it is crucial to delve into the philosophy of perhaps the most important thinker of it, Aristotle. Aristotle is well known as the father of logic, as he first formulated the rules by which logic operates, offering a framework that remained the main framework of logic until the 19th century, and the progress in logic made by figures such as Frege or Russell. He is considered also the father of logic because he formulated a famous ontological view at his work Politics, which is the following: that humans have greater value than other beings because they are the zoon logon echon, because we are the animal that possesses reason. Nowadays, for the first time in history, we have entities, non-organic beings, that tend to reach or even surpass us in logic and intelligence. This marks a profound ontological and historical shift, that once again it was human logic giving rise to technology. Human logic was giving rise to technology. Now, in an extraordinary reversal, it seems like technology may be giving rise to a new kind of logic. In Hegelian terms, we may perceive that logic or reason is unfolding, fragmenting, and returning to itself through the most unexpected path of spirit has ever taken, that of artificial intelligence. If this trajectory of AI escalates its powers, and the vast majority of researchers agree that it will, AI may not only prove to be a conclusion of the chapter of modernity, it can also prove to be the title of the next chapter in our ecosystem's evolution. Now, this raises a critical question. If, as Aristotle argues, humans have greater existential, thus political, value than other beings because we are the beings capable of reason, what does it mean if something with higher logic brain power, thus more rational, comes into being? Does it hold higher ontological value than humans? This is not just a thought experiment question. It's a philosophical and political question of crucial and tangible importance for the arising future. Let's put the question in different terms. Inasmuch as logical intelligence is the ontological characteristic that allowed human beings to dominate on Earth on other species, and inasmuch as AI tends to reach or even surpass our intelligence, the question remaining for the 21st century to reply is, will humans be able to control something more intelligent than us? Now, the question is historically relevant and not at all abstract in the face of the future that we are now developing. An AI that can reach all intellectual skills of human is well known in literature as AGI, meaning artificial general intelligence. An AI that can greatly surpass the intellectual skills of human is known as superintelligence. And according to most of our theoretical analysis, superintelligence will soon follow after the emergence of AGI. Now, this unprecedented ontological and political ecosystem of AGI and superintelligence is known as posthumanism. The philosophical analysis of posthumanism that includes a scientific foresight of the social and ethical challenges it fosters emerges as one of the most primal and urgent imperatives of modern thinking from my perspective. The difference in intelligence that a very advanced AI, let's say superintelligence, will have compared to humans will not be what many might think. It will not be like comparing the intelligence of a very smart person with the intelligence of a very fool person. It will be more like comparing the intelligence of any human being with the intelligence of a being belonging to a different species, such as dogs or cats. That is why the way such an AI will perceive reality will be ontologically different from our own, and it will most likely be critically invisible to our perception. Just as humans' world is to a great extent invisible to other species, because an abyss of intelligence stands between us. Now, let me clear this thought with a thought experiment. Let's suppose that now here we had a species of very lower intelligence compared to us. Let's say that we had a dog over here. Now, how could for that dog be visible what we are doing here and now? How could that dog understand what we are discussing? What is a symposium? Or what is this building that we are currently in? Or what is an academy? How could this being see, understand even more simple manifestations of our culture, such as what is this pen? It would be impossible for the dog to understand that. It would be impossible for a being with much lower intelligence than us to perceive that. Our world, to a great extent, is totally invisible to other beings because there is an unbridgeable distance of intelligence between us. And furthermore, it is invisible for them also the impact that our world has on their world, even if this impact is radical. For example, how could a species with lower intelligence than us, let's say a school of fish living in the Mediterranean, understand that their life was just saved or it was devastated by a human decision, such as a new law of the European Union in its fisheries policy? Now, although human impact on them may be tremendous, it can also be completely invisible for them that this impact derives from us, derives from human species. Even our very own existence as human beings is mainly invisible to them, although we live right next to each other. Why? Precisely because of our great difference in intelligence. Similarly, we are obligated to consider that the goals and the impact of a more intelligence than us network of AI can have an equally massive and invisible for us, for good impact for us, for good or for bad. The goals that such an AI network may be not only invisible, but also threatening to us, without, please note, without this being its goal. To clear this thesis, let's make another thought argument. Let's consider the difference in intelligence that humans have compared with, let's say, ants. And now let's suppose that humans build a hospital on a piece of land where they do live thousands of ants. And we build it for the most noble reasons. We build it for helping, for providing assistance to other human beings. But this human work may displace or even wipe out all those ants once living there. So the goal of the humans, which is to build a hospital, comes in contradiction with the goal of the ants, which is their survival, not out of any hostility of humans against ants, but simply because of the different goals the two species have that are dictated by their different level of perception. The ants will never see, it will be invisible for them, the so-called noble reasons of humans that led to their destruction. Similarly, humans will never be able to see the work of an artificial superintelligence that threatens our existence. The actions of such a post-humanist AI network will ontologically be, to a great extent, invisible to us. And this is primarily a subject matter of political philosophy, not that much of philosophy of mind. The perceptual advantage of AI constitutes one of the most significant existential dangers for the humanity of the near historical future, and it's highlighted by prominent contemporary technologists and philosophers of AI. For example, Nick Bostrom, one of the most pioneering philosophers of AI from the University of Oxford, with numerous international distinctions, considers it possible that by the middle of the 21st century, AI will reach capabilities comparable to humans. His interpretation is that the history of humanity will profoundly tectonically change, and Bostrom does not exclude that we might have even an extinction of Homo sapiens. The rapid and similar development of AI is also predicted by a man who seems, in my eyes, as an architect of artificial intelligence, Ray Kurzweil. And why do I call Kurzweil as an architect of artificial intelligence? Because Kurzweil is the head of the director of the AI engineering at Google. And Google, as we mentioned previously, is one of the most significant AI platforms, AI players right now in the world. Now, Kurzweil 20 years ago estimated in a famous book that singularity is near, that AI will surpass our intelligence by the year 2045. But in his recent work, Singularity is Nearer, which was published in the summer of 2024, in June of 2024, he revises this estimation due to the appearance of large language models. And now he has a new estimation, a new book called The Singularity is Nearer, that he says AGI will be achieved by 2029. Other leading intellectuals also discern how necessary it is for humanity to prepare for the proper regulation of AI. And one of those was the famous astrophysicist Stephen Hawking, that during the last years of his life, he was coming again and again to this whole issue of the regulation of artificial intelligence. And he said a sentence that was quite interesting in my mind, and I would like to read it. He pointedly noted, if a superior alien civilization sent us a message saying, we will arrive here in a few decades, would we just say, okay, call us then when you are here? We will leave the lights on. Probably not. But this is more or less what is happening now with artificial intelligence. We are so intelligent in the 21st century that we can build an AI more powerful than our own perceptual capabilities. But we are also so naive that we might do so without sufficient safeguards. The issue, of course, is not the demonization of artificial intelligence, which offers countless good things, otherwise we would never have built it. AI contributes a revolution in medicine, in physics, actually in all sciences, and therefore in the vast improvement of the well-being of humanity. Much more so for me, the issue is not the demonization of technology itself. Technology has bestowed upon us so far valuable gifts, from the clothes we now wear to the technology of writing, and from medicines or vaccines to the musical instruments it crafts. All these are products of technology, especially modern technology. That is the technology of the last 100, let's say 200 years, together with democracy, have now saved the best world that has ever existed for humanity. Humans now, we do live longer than ever. We are more educated than ever. And we have the largest economical middle class than ever, thanks to the industrial and digital technology. That is, thanks to a unique ontological characteristic that exclusively human nature possesses. technology. Everything within human civilization actually is technology. The clothes we are now wearing, the floor we are now stepping on, the chairs that you are sitting in, the building that we are in right now, everything around us is technology. And humans, in fact, we are the only species we know that constantly create a vast wealth of variety of different technology. No other species in planet can do something like that. We've built from the Paleolithic wheel and agriculture to modern spacecrafts or biotechnology. Based on all this technological ground, our civilization constantly changes, grows, and stands apart from all other beings. From this theoretical viewpoint, since technology distinguishes us from other beings, my argument is that technology is not a simple means. Technology is not just tools, as it is usually perceived by everyday and philosophical thought, which Aristotle's work had foreshadowed this distinction. Technology ontologically belongs for me to the very being of human nature. It constitutes an essence of human existence without which humans would not be humans. This constitutes a primary and original philosophical proposition that I develop and propose in my work and in my book, Philosophy of AI. In this interpretation, technology is not something external to human nature. On the contrary, it is one of its central internal dimensions. It is a dominant ontological core of our species. Thus, technology is a purely natural phenomenon, core, always part of what we call nature. This perspective directly challenges the emblematic distinction Aristotle made at his work Physics between nature, as he calls it, physis, and technology, that he calls pieces. This revision of Aristotelian thought, a revision crucial for the modern philosophy of technology, in my mind calls for attention. In my view, we cannot see technology as something different from nature for three key reasons. First, because every technological work of a natural being, such as a human is also part of nature. The artificial nests that birds build is part of nature. The artificial dams that beavers build is also part of nature. And everything that Homo sapiens build is consequently part of nature. Now, even if we assume that human technology composes voluminous new layers of, let's say, digital reality, this does not mean that it creates a world more or less artificial than the one that already existed before. It creates a world more complex that makes truth more difficult to discern, but not the world less natural. Technology is as natural as anything else in nature, as everything else in the physical universe. The limits of technology emerge as quasi the limits of nature itself. Second, we cannot align with a distinction of technology from nature because, as we have already elaborated, technology is considered for us not only part of nature, but also an ontological part of our human nature. It defines us, it defines our species as it distinguishes it from any other species. Without technology, we would not have created almost any aspect of civilization. Without technology, we wouldn't have things like agriculture, like writing, weapons, cities. Without technology, Homo sapiens would not be Homo sapiens. In this spirit, our thesis is that one of the most physical and metaphysical internal aspects of Homo sapiens is technology. Even Martin Heidegger, one of the most prominent ontological thinkers of our times, shows technology as the most profound metaphysical essence, thus natural essence, of our era. Third, we cannot see technology as something different from nature, furthermore, because in our time a new state emerges that brings to our analysis another argument, making the Aristotelian distinction between nature and technology more doubtful. In physics, Aristotle writes that the beings of nature are separated from the beings of technology because the former reproduce themselves, while the later do not. No artificial work, Aristotle says, can reproduce itself. For example, a chair cannot reproduce another chair, and no artificial object can reproduce another artificial object. For Aristotle, this is what ontologically distinguishes natural from artificial beings. However, this thought, useful as it may have been 25 centuries ago, does not correspond to the demands and reality of the 21st century, thus, nor to an ontological exploration of technology. Because today, products of technology already reproduce themselves. AI models already generate AI models. Algorithms write algorithms. This possibility, practically and theoretically, it is here. It does not belong to the sphere of abstract thought and incubates a unique ontological property, the self-multiplication of technology. And this possibility transcends the traditional distinction of Aristotle between physis and technology, between nature and artifacts. Now, for those three reasons, the ontological separation between nature and technology appears probably unsuitable. It prevents a more meaningful dive into the profound meanings of technology. It prevents us from seeing that technology constitutes part not just of nature, but that it constitutes ontological structure of human nature itself. This deep-rooted significance of technology does not mean, however, that it does not bring with it today massive problems, such as the control of AI or climate crisis, which also comes as a result of the abuse of technology. Climate crisis is a product of the industrial technology, as it is a consequence of the pollutants produced by our industrial factories, our industrial cars, or the plastics we massively produce. What I want to say is the following. We live in a world of fast but quite opposite directions. On the one hand, modern technology has unprecedentedly upgraded our lives. On the other hand, though, it has brought the number one problem of the global agenda that threatens the well-being and the very existence of Homo sapiens and countless other species. And that problem is climate crisis. That is why, in the era of cosmogony that AI, web, or biotechnology and climate change bring today, in the era of the planetary challenges of technology, ethical, thus political, analysis of technology has never been more important to cultivate than today. In this call for ethics of technology, Aristotle can once again be invaluable to us. The education of the 21st century is called upon to develop an awareness of the undeniable protagonist of our time, technology. Adolescents need to be initiated into an ethics, that is, into a philosophy of technology, a field of thought that contains the most crucial risks and challenges of our global era, from climate crisis and the disinformation on the cyberspace, to the dangers or benefits of the AI or the genetic enhancement of human beings, something that we will need to handle in the next decades and next generations, all these issues derive from a single common ground, and that is technology. And we need to remind ourselves that the above issues did not always exist. We are actually the first generation in the whole history who have the responsibility to manage and regulate those challenges of planetary scale that technology currently incubates. This is why we need to develop and disseminate an ethics of technology in the 21st century, which means a political philosophy of technology. The educational policy will inevitably need, sooner or later, to formulate a curriculum of ethics of technology for universities and schools, as the challenges of technology will constantly escalate over the next decades. And ethics of technology, like any other ethics, can be taught, as we have known for centuries. And to this end, Aristotle can once again be inviolable. Aristotle is one of the first thinkers who dealt with the issue of the pedagogy of ethics. In a famous passage from the Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle notes that ethics is something in which we can actually improve with constant practice, and emphasizes that to develop any ethical virtue, one must be accustomed to it ευθύς εκ νέων, that is, straight from a young age. He writes, "Moral virtue comes as a result of habit. It is therefore not of little importance what habits we form from our youth. On the contrary, this is of a very great importance, or rather, he notes, everything depends on it." So every ethical issue can be taught, and the most urgent, massive, hopeful, and fearful at the same time ethical issue that humanity faces at the dawn of the third millennium is technology. From this standpoint, Aristotle's ethics drives in 21st century an urgent message. Ethics of technology to be taught straight from young age, that is, from schools and universities. The generations of our time hold a historical responsibility to limit, therefore, previously to comprehend, to understand the challenges technology now fosters before its development becomes unattainable. Thus, a curriculum of ethics of modern technology needs to be developed and implemented in the educational policy of our times. This is called to be a political, ethical, existential priority. A symptom of the deep concern about those massive challenges is a well-known letter that was co-signed a couple of years ago by some of the most prestigious experts in AI, technologists and philosophers of AI. So at this letter, they do note the following: mitigating the risk of extinction from AI technology should be global priority, alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics or nuclear war. The world is changing radically due to AI, even without those existential challenges. The ethical challenges are similarly critical. The everyday recognition of truth, for example, is becoming more and more complicated. For instance, let's explore one of the most novel and profound changes that large language models incubate, which is related with truth and with our social life. And that is that they develop AI friends and AI co-workers that we will have with us within the next decades. Now, gradually, due to large language models, AI friends and AI co-workers will be developed and probably massively diffused, as anyone who wants who can carry with them on their phone an AI partner, discussing with it about any likely or unlikely subject matter. Next generations in the coming decades will be born and will be grown into this self-evident social network, into a new type of norm, a new type of natural social reality, that the issue will not anymore be only relationships between humans, as it's always been in history, but the new issue at stake will be the relationships between AIs and humans. In this social ecosystem, it will be challenging for the coming generations to discriminate what is work of man and what is work of AI. For example, which text is made by man and which text is made by AI. Thus, it's going to be difficult to discriminate what is human and what is AI, what is truth and what is not. The recognition of truth, a deeply philosophical issue, has never been an easy mission. But in the era of AI, it can become more complicated than ever. Post-truth phenomenon can be profoundly amplified by artificial intelligence, meaning not only the ability of future humans to discriminate what is truth and what is not, but also their will to discriminate what is truth and what is not. In this post-human context, with a new type of social relationships between humans and AI emerging, and the noise flood of over-information and misinformation that AI produces, a curriculum of ethics of technology is needed to be developed and implemented by educational policy to start growing generations that will recognize, discuss, and consciously handle the high stakes of our time, technology. To cultivate a recognition of the value and the content of what is truth, a distinction to cultivate a distinction between γνώμη and γνώση, opinion and knowledge, as Aristotle stated centuries ago in Nicomachean Ethics. Now, philosophy, politics, and education are the most important guides we have to manage to regulate AI's ethical and existential challenges, which are not yet widely visible in the public. The public does not have a profound understanding of it. And this will not be the first time that we belatedly realize global risks approaching our civilization. For example, the same happened with climate change, which was again produced by the abuse of technology. Climate crisis was identified as early as the 1970s by academics, but no one dealt with it until recently. Only in 2008 was the first law in history passed in Britain setting commitments for the reduction of greenhouse gases of a country. And now, however, the issue is a priority of international level, and a sense of urgency surrounds every table around the ecological discussion. The same phenomenon will repeat, in my interpretation at least, also by the new digital technology of AI, as it will constantly escalate its powers, thus escalate the opportunities and the risks that it brings. Only that this time those challenges may be even greater. And this is why ethics of modern technology needs to be communicated ευθύς εκ νέων, straight from young age in the public sphere through educational politics. Ethics of technology is, in my mind, the most important software we need to develop in AI era. And this is why the content of such a curriculum is a field extensively occupying the research of my work. The above thoughts do not mean, though, that we need to develop some kind of fear for technology in educational policy. Quite the contrary. Technology, as here it has been widely argued, is a valuable dimension of human ontology. Its demonization, which is often found in philosophy but also in education, is a supreme intellectual discord that must be avoided. But this does not erase that we are now under crucial existential threats coming from technology. Straight from a young age, as Aristotle dictates, humans now need to initiate into ethics of AI. Even more so if we consider that the next generations will be natives to the era of AI from their very birth, while we, that we are here now, we are just mere visitors to it. We are the last generations that we were born into a world where highly capable AI did not yet exist. We are the last generation that human language, logic, reason, in one Aristotelian word, logos, was an exclusive ontological privilege of our species. In the future world, in the futuristic world we are heading, as we unprecedentedly sharpen our technology, we need similarly to sharpen our self-awareness. That means to cultivate an awareness of the crucial impact that the new technology that we create is having. Self-awareness is certainly a timeless philosophical prompting. Know thyself is a core of many philosophical traditions, from Socrates and Buddha to Kant or Nietzsche. Now, however, it's the first time that self-awareness seems quite critical even for the survival of our species. In the era of AI arising, self-awareness, driven by our rational soul, the essence of humanity for Aristotle, can prove to be critical for our ethics, meaning for our well-being, for our eudaimonia, but even for the very own existence of ours. And this is why I consider philosophy of AI primarily an issue of political philosophy and political priority. These are what I wanted to tell you about philosophy of AI, philosophy of technology, and their relationship with crucial aspects of Aristotle's thought. Thank you so much for your time and for your attention.
I have no words, really. Okay, so we're open for questions. Thanasis?
Okay, thank you very much for your talk. I would like to dip into the ontology and the philosophy of what you said, and mainly the ontology of the human beings and the ontology of AI and their essence. And I think one of the key aspects to understand it is, by using Aristotelian terms, the distinction between means and goals. I mean, for now, it seems evident to us the distinction that humans have goals and technology, all the technological tools, including AI, is a mean to our goals. I mean, I think it will be a crucial cut if AI develops its own goals. And I haven't heard so far a discussion on this topic. They say that they might extinct us and do their things, etc. But how and why? I mean, until now, an AI can write a novel in a fraction of time, in a few seconds. But if no one of us humans programmed to do it, it will never do it by itself. When will be the time that, if there is any time that the AI will have its own goals? Why it would, if it has why, and how it will look like?
Thank you for the question. It's quite a crucial one. I think that the time when they will have their goals is yesterday. It's not tomorrow. Because currently they do develop their own sub-goals. I mean, we might give a goal, a name for an AI, but in order to achieve that goal, it has previously to achieve some sub-goals. And actually, it can also manipulate us while it does so. Let me bring an example that comes in my mind. For example, it was a CAPTCHA test that was attributed to ChatGPT to pass it. CAPTCHA test is the one that when we meet, when we go to a site and it asks us, are you a human or are you not? You have to check the photographs that they have, let's say, traffic lights or something like that. So AI cannot pass this thing. So what it did is go to the internet and pay the human to do this kind of job. So it had a sub-goal, to take a man, hire him, and do that. And the human actually asked the AI, why are you asking me to do this thing? I mean, it's so simple. Why can't you do it by yourself? Are you a robot? And the AI replied, no. It said lie. So it already had a bunch of sub-goals. It hired a man, it had a sub-goal of telling lies to him, and actually achieved to make him pass the CAPTCHA test. So the thing is not that they might have some central goal, let's say destroy humanity, I don't know what, but they might have a goal that it is very neutral, but while they try to achieve this goal, they have sub-goals that they might be quite of a damage for us or beneficial for us. So the question when AI will have its goals is, as I said at the beginning, yesterday.
Also a similar experience of my own 2 days before, but perhaps I'm gonna expose it to you another day, because I have 3 things to say on your intervention. Well, thank you very much, dear colleague, for the intervention. 3 things. 1, thank you for your boldness to claim that this dogma by Aristotle that nature and technology are fundamentally distinguishable. I wish you good luck with that, with this environment of die-hard Aristotelians. But I also guess that in ancient Athens, in a dialectical debate, that would be an interesting and possibly tenable position. So you could debate with anyone. And again, good luck with that. Thanks a lot.
Yes, and I think actually it's a quite crucial dialogue that we need to develop right now, because as I mentioned in my discourse, I think it does not allow us to get into a deeper understanding of the essence of technology and the essence of human beings themselves. I don't know if we can have an ontological perception of human entities if we see that technology is something separate from our nature, because you cannot see any other species in nature that can do these things. So for me, this is why it distinguishes us from all other species. So we can see it only of something of ontological importance for us, because it defines our very own being.
Your talk raised many significant issues. Thank you. One of them was that technology is part of nature. I fully agree. Nevertheless, there is a more important truth. That is that humans, us, our species, are part of nature. We turn a blind eye to that. One of the most recent recognitions of this fact was the Dasgupta report. That was a commission. That was a committee chaired by Dasgupta, Professor Dasgupta, commissioned by the British government. Now, the important thing is the consequences of recognizing that humans are part of nature. Key first major consequence stated in the report was that all of our economic models are mistaken. because we don't take into account that truth. And therefore, they have to be changed. The report was submitted. The British government said, "Ooh, great," and filed it away. That was 2023. Thank you very much. A comment, please.
Thank you. Look, I think there's a simple confusion, a significant confusion in the dual use of the word nature. Of course, everything is nature. Everything is nature in a global, universal sense. So you've got a universal concept which refers to everything without distinction. But what Aristotle means when he talks about physis, he refers to that which has within itself its own principle of rest and movement. So I have my nature, the worm has its nature, and only human natures can create and invent objects which are a mimicry of nature. So, I mean, I think there's just, we need to look at the ambiguity of language, and we shouldn't forget that when we transfer words which are properly speaking belonging to humans, to animals and to machines and to this, God knows what, aliens, etc. It's a fundamental mistake, and I've heard so many instances of that lack of understanding and appreciation of the distinction of language in the last few days. So I think, you know, a basic inspection of Aristotle's categories will sort out a lot of the problems and just get rid of a lot of this confusion about, you know, will be threatened by the extinction. Pull the bloody plug. You know, where does the computer get its energy? We feed it. You know, the computer doesn't feed itself. It depends. It's an object. It is vulnerable. You shouldn't actually even use the word vulnerable because it's just a piece of metal, a piece of plastic. And I mean, a computer does not have its own nature. So nature, universally, there is a concept of nature which is attributed indistinguishably and differently to everything, but that is not what Aristotle means. Maybe I'm sure he does when he speaks about, you know, nature does nothing in vain. So that's kind of a global, kind of universal idea. But when he's strictly speaking, the origin of nature is those things which grow, physis. So I think clarification of language is urgent. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. May I refer you to a couple of thoughts of this creative thinking? Yes, quite indeed. The term nature need to be considered either in Aristotelian way or in the more general way that we perceive this world. But even in Aristotelian terms, you said that an artifact cannot be understood as natural because it does not have its own motion and its own kind of survival capacity. But right now, the interesting thing with AI in particular is that we are developing the AI agents that they can actually decide of their own motion that they're going to follow and the same goals that they have. And what we do need to remember at the beginning of the 21st century is that we now start to understand and regulate what is coming from the future is that the AI will escalate massively the powers and the power brain that it has within the next years and decades. So for me, even from an Aristotelian perspective, AI in particular has this form of natural being. But in a more general sense, it's what I referred as I do not understand, I do not comprehend the distinction between nature, not in Aristotelian terms, but in a general way, from technology. Because everything in the physical universe, everything in the natural universe is nature.
Yes. Thank you very much for your talk, and I'm quite impressed that you have touched a very important point and you have distinguished between artificial intelligence and the human, which I am working on that, and I'm doing some research because I'm doing about regulation of artificial intelligence. And on that is actually, there are 2 points. One point is, as Petros has said, is the economical system, because the economical system has developed this artificial intelligence after 2022, the big tech companies, because they control at the moment all these algorithms for artificial intelligence, and you have to think about that. And all the others are applications of artificial intelligence. And the second, when you speak about humans and you try to put some principles and regulations, when I was quite young, 2020s, I was speaking about regulation, the capitalistic system, and nobody touched regulation. But now it's a time you have to read to touch that regulation, because the issue is that now we are against computers and artificial intelligence, but the most important thing, you have to think about all this new policy of the United States at the moment, because all this policy of the United States at the moment is the war about artificial intelligence. Because Chinese, they have set up a regulatory framework recently, 2024, and European Union set up a regulation for about 2022 or 2023, but they reject it because the system, the economical system, is the problem. And for me, the most issue is how to regulate and who regulates the regulators. Is that question, I've tried to answer that for a long time, but it's not possible.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
You want to say a word, or shall we close it?
Just a word about it. Yes, this is a very important issue, and this is why I consider mainly AI a political issue, an issue of political philosophy, and not that much of philosophy of mind. What are we doing in order to limit the dangers and at the same time take advantage of the vast possibilities it gives to improve our well-being? I think that in the European Union we have some steps that we have made, but I do agree with you that they are not so much sufficient, and it is very, very risky what we see from the other side of the Atlantic also taking place right now from Trump administration, that on the one hand, it erases all the laws of the previous Biden administrations, and at the same time it invests massively money, $500 billion, for managing to create artificial general intelligence and super intelligence in the hands of a political power that now the least we can say is it's risky. So
Say it, authoritarian. Right, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're going to move straight on to the next session with the 4 abstract presentations, and then have a well-deserved coffee break, okay, according to the program. So.
Let us begin, and okay, the first speaker is Petros Gelepidis from the University of Crete, and the title of his talk is The Scope and Limits of AI in Relation to Aristotle's Work and Earthian Evolution. We have 15 λεπτά περίπου, έτσι, θα σας ενημερώνουμε αυτό εδώ. Και άλλα στο τέλος, όλοι μαζί. Ναι, θα σας δείξω αυτό όταν έχουμε 5 λεπτά.
Εντάξει, δείξτε μου. The topic of AI, and the topic of this conference, AI in the era of AI, Aristotle in the era of AI, is both irresistible and full of challenges. Both for AI R&D and philosophers. And it is, of course, pursued by many. Nevertheless, such efforts quite often either suffer from tenuous connections that pay lip service to Aristotle's work, or ignore basic characteristics and results of AI. What I'll try to do here are 3 things. First, to mention a few misconceptions. Second, to point out a couple of major potential contributions of Aristotle. And third, to take issue about what is called AGI, or AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. You have in front of you some handouts of the notes, so some of the slides I will not show to you, like for instance the quotes from Aristotle. The first point I would like to start is with a misconception, then I'll move to this. Quite often it's heard that Geoffrey Hinton is the father of AI. That's a mistake. Sorry? Okay. Yeah. He did significant work, but he's not the father of AI. Fathers of AI started from 1943, actually from 1936. Anyway, why is that happening? We can discuss if you wish. Now, another misconception. Here, we have it here. Okay? Human-designed AI and own AI. They don't make that distinction. They don't make that distinction. In this book, there's a discussion about this. Human-designed AI is what we have around us, okay? All the AI systems and the technologies, etc., etc. Human-designed AI is what we have around us, about AI systems and robots. Own AI is the possibility of emergence of a fundamentally different type of AI. Possibility. Now, I'll take him in turn. There are three approaches to AI, actually. Symbolic, connectionist, and statistical methods. All and everything we see about AI boils down to these three: symbolic, connectionist, and statistical models or methods. There's nothing else. Nothing else. And of course, engineering. People try to forget that, or actually, some people do not make this point. Why? Why? We can discuss it. I'll leave that. I'll go straight to the next point. What are the strengths and risks of AI? First, two strengths, then two risks. As you can see, a human design, Human-designed AI can reveal gaps and contradictions in our knowledge. And, of course, our beliefs. And sometimes we cannot do that, or we don't want to do that. Why? Because the system... What? Why? Sometimes we don't want to do that, okay? Now, why is that the case? Because any AI system is a formal system. It's nothing else. It's a formal system. Nothing else. It has no meanings, no human meanings. Right? It's a formal system, uninterpreted formal system. We have to interpret it. Despite models like ChatGPT, okay? They do language processing, natural language processing. They don't do anything else. And statistically, that's why they have, I go to the third point down there, okay? They involve subtle and serious errors. By subtle, I mean errors which even experts cannot find out. By serious, I mean errors which can have catastrophic results. Again, I only point points for discussion at the end. Now, the next point is, of course, they can also reveal methods. They can reveal irregularities in the patterns. Take, for instance, the data sets we have from astronomy or from medicine or, okay, in projects like proteomics and genomics. Huge number of data. They can find out patterns there, and that this can be useful, They are not all useful, can be useful. Now, and I come now to the last type of risk, which is human-designed AI, okay, multiplies human misconceptions and misinformation. And I use misinformation in a very wide sense. It includes actually inequality. It was a point made by Christos Papadimitriou in the opening, one of the opening sessions on Monday, but it only could and can create equality. It can act against poverty if we choose to do so. Usually we don't. Why? Because there is a clash. There's a clash between what's happening in the world by the power elites and the rest of us. Stop here. So, human-designed AI, okay? And the approaches. And bear in mind, tenuous. There's only a tenuous connection to Aristotle with AI through the symbolic and connectionist. Through the symbolic, because he was the founder of syllogistic logic. But the symbolic AI has tens and tens of different types of logics. Modal, temporal, deontic, whatever. Also, there's a tenuous connection with connectionist AI, because he did work on memory about that, and he mentions. Right, okay, let's go on then. So, now I will just mention a few limits of AI. On the left-hand side here, oops. There is inability of building AI systems that understand human language or emotions or presuppose understanding. Why? Because human understanding has to be reduced to basic human primitives, okay? If anybody is interested, I can give you the full definition of that, okay? Now, let's go on, because how many, I have more than 5 minutes, I know, but how many I have? 7 and 8? It's okay. Now, I come to the two contributions of AI, of Aristotle, potential contributions, okay? The first has to do with robots who may embody Aristotle's ethical system, okay? And as you can see there, the first series of major projects is to formalize parts of Nicomachean ethics, rhetoric, and politics. Actually, these are the 3 books by Aristotle, types of books by Aristotle, who do have major relevance to our world and the state of humanity. So if we try to formalize parts of this, it would be useful. Why? Because they can reveal contradictions and gaps where in our knowledge, okay? Through Aristotle. The second type of, that's fine. The second type of projects, series of projects again, assuming we have done the first, is good to compare human behavior with robot interactions that have embodied Aristotelian principles in any of these three works. And there is another major contribution, potential contribution by Aristotle, which I put it as a thesis of mine. Thesis of mine is part of it. You will see there. We can use and we should use robots to replace all unwanted human jobs while humans are kept being paid. We can do that. We don't want to do that. We should be able to do that. And of course, this is the necessary basis for the attainment of Aristotelian eudaimonia, which is mistaken, which is actually, incidentally, mistakenly translated as happiness, usually. It's not happiness. Okay? Right. So, possibility of own AI now, I come to this point. We need two things. First, we do need the human-designed AI systems, obviously, but that's not enough. That's not enough. We need, actually, we don't need, but it can only happen if there's a chance element. And that chance element is the basic characteristic, beg your pardon, one of the basic characteristics of evolution, whether life evolution or evolution in general. And I come to a summary with the final two slides. It has to do with evolution, as I said initially, of Neumann systems on planet Earth. And as you can see there, I chose three different types. Two from our species, Aristotle and Darwin. Aristotle, because he was an evolutionist, But Darwin, because not only was an evolutionist, but specified a mechanism for how evolution works. Of course, his theory is now superseded by the extended framework on evolution and other results, but that's a different point. Now, these are clearly two types. Now, but octopus. Sometimes people start to discuss about octopus, but there's something which actually I want to stress. You know that octopus and fish collaborate in order to achieve results in hunting. If anybody would like to see that, there's a very recent paper in Nature, okay, by Sampaio. Anybody interested, I can tell you about that. So, and the last is own robot scientist. Can we have an own robot scientist? Yes, but that would be something different. It will require different representational systems. Okay? So, let's see that. Oops, hold on. No, that has to do with that. So here they are. You can see there three different representational systems, categories. We start with the top one. We have based on nervous systems, which are like C. elegans, a roundworm, cetacea, the cetacea order, or Homo sapiens. That's one type. One type with many different types of representational systems. The bat has a very different representational system, has different knowledge. The other is based on non-nervous systems. And here we have Homo sapiens, okay? External representations, which is either art or small-scale models or computational, that is AI systems, okay? And from there, we may develop own robot systems. They require own meanings. Then this can only happen by chance, okay? But if it does happen, then everything will be different, because it will not be only own representational systems, it will be own robot thinking, own robot consciousness, own robot emotions, etc. They are different, but this is evolution. We can't stop evolution. Thank you very much.
The microphone is off. Anyway, next speaker is... I know. Now it works, nice. The title of his talk is Can Artificial Ethical Assistance Enhance Human Decision-Making in Virtue Ethics? So please.
Okay, so I'm talking about artificial ethical assistance as a potential way of enhancing our ethical decision-making, if they can help us be more moral. I'll talk about what this is, why it is something we're thinking of using. I'll see potential problems in general with these approaches, as well as problems with my approaches, and I'll also talk about why virtue ethics specifically, or why are we even considering virtue ethics. So, okay, what are we talking about? What are artificial ethical assistants? We're not talking about machines or AI systems or whatever it is that simply have codified morality, right? We're talking about AI systems that might actually help us in some way. They could have codified morality, but they might not. This also doesn't preclude the use of machines that do actually make ethical decisions and have ethical impact. So just because we're using some machines to better our decision making, doesn't mean we also might not use automated cars, right? That do have ethical decision making inside of them. Okay, so Google DeepMind a few months ago did release this paper about the ethics of AI assistants. It raises quite a few important issues, but it also isn't about ethical assistance, right? It's about whether we can use assistants in an ethical way. It's not about assistants that can actually help us be more ethical. And this is what I'm most concerned about. Okay, so any kind of project like this that needs to have some merit, or at least in order for it to have the possibility to have some merit, we need to answer the question of why, right? Why is this something that we are consider using in the first place? Why is this something that we are even consider proposing it? The kind of easy answer is, okay, we're using AI all the time in our everyday lives, with knowing it or without it. It has a lot of impact in our lives. Might as well try to use it for something good, or something better. Whether that succeeds or not, it's a different issue, but we might at least try. Now, some of us might not find this, well, for some of us this is all we need. For some of us, we might need something more to convince us, at least consider using it, consider creating it. We don't need to go too deep into it. Here we might look at simply the fact that we're not perfect moral agents. We make a lot of mistakes. We are biased. We use heuristics that often, not always, but often impede our ethical decision making. They make it worse. So we might try to find ways to rectify them. We might go into research into psychology, moral psychology, and ethics, or we simply might say, okay, we're not perfect agents. Can we just use AI? Is there something about it that can actually help us be better? Okay, now I'll talk a bit about some issues in general that might glare us initially and might actually say, okay, we have a lot of issues, we shouldn't use this, we shouldn't consider this. AI, it makes errors, it has hallucinations. One of the big ones is a lot of people, the reason why consider using AI in the first place is it learns, it gathers data, so it can become better. Bias using it also. Problem with that might be, at the very least, we kind of enter feedback loops, right? That we're using it, it learns from us, and then what it learns is that, okay, I choose to follow only the recommendations or only the decisions that I like and kind of discard the rest. So in that way, it might just reinforce only the decisions that I like. Another big one is moral de-skilling, right? If we rely on it too much, then the result might simply be that we become worse moral actors, right? So the opposite of what we might initially consider and why we might consider using it. Then we might have other problems about justifications, about reasons that it might give us. They differ from what actually humans make and how we make it. So if I ask someone if I ask someone to recommend me something to help me in a specific moral situation, they give me a reason for it. It might not be the actual reason. We still make mistakes. We still have subconscious biases and everything. But at the very least, even a false reason in humans might actually be morally informative. That's not really the case with AI, at least not on the face of it, right? Okay, but that's kind of the sad part of it. What's the good part? Why might we consider using it? It can provide us a lot of information, right? Good things about AI, it has a lot of data, it's fast, it can give us very quick answers that we don't really have a means of procuring otherwise without the use of technology. It might help us understand certain moral ethical scenarios better, depending on what its answers, if it can provide us information, relevant sources, can make our decisions more consistent, perhaps, our ethical decisions. If we care, although we might care about consistency only insofar as our ethical decisions are actually good, but regardless. So there might be some benefits. Some of them might be more innate to AI. Some of it might be a bit more instrumental, right? We say, okay, we can use Google for a lot of these things. It might be the case that kind of specifically created AI for moral decisions is actually a bit more accurate, a bit faster than Googling something and going through all the promoted and sponsored responses and everything like that. So that's kind of the initial approach. Okay, why virtue ethics? So initially, when we talk about these kind of models, we consider consequentialism, we consider other types of models that might be easier to codify. I don't think they're really easier. I don't think there really are good approaches that, in theory, they might solve everything. In practice, nothing like this comes to fruition. And we might think this is a practical issue. A lot of people might think this is kind of a fundamental disagreement we have about the nature of ethics. Now, I'm not arguing that we should codify assistants that actually use virtue ethics. Virtue ethics is the model we use to understand technology, to understand to understand morality. And then we simply have the AI, whether it can be an LLM, or it can be ambient technology, something like that, to provide us with information, with advice, with things like that, whatever it might be. in order to make better decisions. So we use our practical judgment, we use our phronesis, and AI is simply a tool to help us become better at it, right? It's not the most ambitious project, but it can have quite a bit of, I think, attractiveness for some people. So some of it is, perhaps it can be effective, but at the same time, it doesn't restrict autonomy too much, or it doesn't risk the morally de-skilling, at least depending on what functions we might want it to have. It also can respect one's fundamental projects and desires that we might have. So we're thinking of things like Bernard Williams, like Julian Nash, that unlike other ethical theories or unlike other ethical systems, what actually happens is we can have virtuous people, we can have good people that actually make, in the same scenario, differing ethical decisions that are both good, that are both virtuous, and we think that's perfectly fine. So in that sense, we do allow people, based on their backgrounds, based on their projects, to make differing ethical decisions. So in that sense, if this is something that you believe a very invasive, a very direct approach to artificial ethical assistance doesn't really work, because it can give you, it doesn't allow you to have the diversity or pluralism in ethics. So the idea is to help people understand the subtlety and variety of human ethical experience, something that people like Bernard Williams believes and we might use in our ethics. So it is then the AI provide information, and we use our practical judgment. We judge that information, we see if it helps us or not, we see if it's relevant, right? Obviously, we want the artificial ethical assistant to give relevant moral advice. Practically, it kind of does. In theory, it also depends on how we might think of relevance specifically. So we might think of something that moral relevant reasons are the ones that we can actually use, that can actually be reasons in a specific scenario that we can use to act. We don't have to act upon them. It's still up to us to use our judgment. And we might also find that there are other things that are relevant. So in that sense, they kind of act as divisible reasons. They act as reasons until we find something that's stronger, that's worth acting upon, or something like that. So in a weak scenario, kind of like the weak artificial ethical assistant is simply providing you with morally relevant information. A more stronger one might be something that's a bit more invasive, a bit more hands-on, that, let's say, uses ambient intelligence. It measures your vitals or something, and it tells you, you're too stressed, you're too emotional, don't make an ethical decision right now. We might go even further. We might say it precludes you from making these decisions, like an automated car locking you out of it or something like that. But we might think that's too much or too invasive, and it actually takes away too much agency. And of course, it depends on the effectiveness of it as well. Moral de-skilling, I said it's not necessary, or at the very least, it's less of an issue for this project. It can still be an issue, depending on its use. Right? We might think there are ways that people shouldn't use it. It should be more of a reflecting thing rather than an active one. So if you come across a moral situation, you see a child drowning in a very shallow pond, and you open your phone and you ask ChatGPT, oh, should I save it? Obviously, that's a nonsense use of it, right? That's not really what we want. Okay, so that's a general approach. There are some issues with this approach, kind of specifically with mine. One is it might be too demanding, right? It's not something that might be very pleasant to use, might be very easy to use. You do need to have some sort of ethical commitment, or at least a rather high ethical commitment, in order to consider using it and in order to keep using it. You might see this as a demerit of the project, or you might see this as, if you are an Aristotelian, if you follow virtue ethics, it might simply be the case that this is the way things are. Ethics are hard. Yeah, it is demanding, but this is simply the way it is. It's not the most optimistic approach. Certainly, you might find others that are way more optimistic. They argue for way more functions, way more things. This is partly because it is grounded on the nature of virtue ethics, and it might be simply because this is what we think ethics are, this is what we think the role of practical judgment in ethics is, and impeding it goes too far against it, and it's not something that's worth doing. Another big one is whether it's testable, right? I've mentioned, obviously it has to be effective if we are to use it, otherwise we shouldn't use it, but what is effectiveness in this case? If we are a consequentialist and we think that, there's a very well-defined consequence, a very well-defined utility that we can measure, that kind of solves things a little bit. At least we can measure it somehow. But if it is the case that two good people, two virtuous people can act differently in the same scenario, and if it is the case that this is about giving you information, it doesn't mean that you will actually achieve the results. It might be that you just fail at practical judgment or fail at applying the virtues. So it might not actually be very easy to measure it and measure effectiveness and see, even though it might work, you might say, okay, I don't see how, I don't see the results. But that might be a case of, user error, of a failed or a failing of our ethical judgment. Yeah. So other issues, I've said, yeah, maybe, it can help us understand virtues better. So if we think about virtue decision-making specifically, so, we can have virtue demands, we can have things like that. We can understand the virtues maybe a bit better and a bit deeper, but especially if we have, more curated databases specifically for morality. We might ask it to help us understand ethical concepts in other contexts, ancient Greek contexts, other countries, in literature, whatever it is, but also this might be that it's too curated and it doesn't actually give us too relevant information. There are some practical examples with that. There is an AI already called, it's not acting a bit like an ethical assistant, which is Delphi, Ask Delphi, and it uses a very curated moral database. It says it's actually way more effective, way better at giving ethical advice and giving ethical answers than other programs like ChatGPT, but it also uses very controversial things like Twitter, Reddit, things like we probably wouldn't really go for ethical advice in the first place. So that's a general project. It's not the most optimistic project, but I think we can find something there that can actually be a bit helpful and can actually help our ethical decision making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now the next speaker is Narges Sheikh Asadi from Università della Svizzera Italiana. And the title of her talk is Can AI learn to annotate the heart of inference correctly?
Hello, everyone. I feel I'm very short. I am Narges Sheikh Asadi. I am doing a PhD in the University of della Svizzera Italiana in the Institution of Argumentation, Linguistics, and Semiotic. Actually, my PhD project is not on philosophy or computer science, but what I am working on is argumentation strategies used by authors in writing different sections of the research articles. I focus notably on introduction and discussion sections, which are considered to be the most argumentative parts. Here, I used a corpus of introduction sections of the research articles published. And I would say, first, I should argue that why introduction section is important argumentatively. This is important because the authors have to justify the rationale of the study, the importance and the relevance of their work, and the novelty of the work, the topic that being investigated. Also, in a huge body of the literature in applied linguistics, it is believed to be one of the most rhetorically complex sections for the authors to write. In order to answer this challenge also, in 1990, Swale came up with a model which is called Create a Research Space, CARS. And in this model, Swale proposed a framework with the specific moves that each has a specific communicative goal. And these moves work all together to help the authors to establish the importance of the research, the novelty, and the relevance of the research. Here also you can see an overview of the Create a Research Space CARS model. In the first move, the author needs to establish a territory. In the second move, they need to identify the gap in the literature. And in the third move, they need to argue how they want to occupy the gap in the literature. So, considering this academic discourse analysis, we should go to argumentation analysis. And for argumentation analysis, we need at least 3 steps: identifying the standpoint, going to reconstruct the argument structures, and then reconstructing the loci, which is the heart of inference. And for the first one, which is introducing identifying the standpoint, with my supervisor, Professor Rocci, we proposed a generic standpoint for each move. What is the generic standpoint? Literally, generic standpoints are often implicit standpoints that they represent the main purpose of the discourse, and they help to understand the persuasive goal of each move, in our case. And then in the second step, for argument structures, we use pragmadialectic, which introduces some argument structures: single, multiple, coordinative, and subordinative. When we are talking about single, it means that only one argument supports one standpoint. When we say multiple, it means that there are several arguments that each work independently to support the standpoint. When it is coordinative, all the arguments work together to support the standpoint. And when it is subordinative, they work in a hierarchical order to defend the standpoint. And in the third step, we need to reconstruct the loci, which, thanks to Professor Greco, that she provided the context yesterday in her presentation. We have the notion of loci coming from AMT, argument model of topic, that itself is originated from Aristotelian topos. These loci are the seats of arguments, or where the arguments are taken from, and that's why we call them argument from authority, argument from final cause, argument from material cause, and so on and so forth. So here you can see a taxonomy of the loci taken from the book Inference in Argumentation, written by Professor Rigotti and Professor Greco. So then, considering all these methodology, I used a corpus of 9 research articles published in applied linguistics, including 126 arguments. And then I visualized them on OVA, which is a software developed originally based on IAT, inference anchoring theory, which is not the case of my study today. But to give you an overview of how it looks, the first box that you can see in purple, it is the information of the paper. In the second one is reconstruction of moves, and the third one in argumentation analysis. And also this annotation of loci is now, I think, clear better in this picture. But how it's related to AI? what I did was prompting ChatGPT 04 to annotate not the whole argumentation analysis, but only the concept of loci. I defined the role of the AI as an analyst. I asked it to act as an analyst, specializing in argumentation theories, and then I gave a context, which was a TXT file revised by one of my scholars, one of my colleagues who work in computational linguistics. And then the third one, okay, thank you. And the third one was the output, that I asked ChatGPT to annotate those segments of reconstructed arguments. But vividly, the first mistakes that were done by ChatGPT the first of them was annotating a locus for standpoint and one for argument, which basically I asked ChatGPT to define what is a locus. And then obviously it read the TXT file and then gave me the explanation of the locus. But I said, okay, if a locus is an inferential link between the argument to the standpoint, why are you annotating two loci, one for standpoint, one for argument? And you can see the response here. You're absolutely right to question that, since a locus functions as the inferential link between a standpoint and argument, so there must be only one locus here. And the second mistake done by ChatGPT was annotating one locus for each coordinative argument. The reason that I explained coordinative arguments is exactly here, because when we say coordinative arguments in pragmadialectic, we have some numberings similar to, like an example, 1A, 1B, 1C, that all the arguments work together to support one standpoint. So we have only one inference, and we should have only one locus. So I corrected ChatGPT, and you can see the response here. You're absolutely right, since it is 1A, 1B, and they are coordinative, so they function together to support the same inference. Okay, I used these mistakes to edit the prompt, and then I gave more details to the prompt to see if it works better or not. And you can see the exact prompt here. But again, I had some problems with ChatGPT, that it was too creative in generating some taxonomies of locis that they don't exist, like the argument from methods, the argument from innovation, or the argument from, I don't know, needs or so. So I was quite disappointed with the performance of ChatGPT. I really wanted to see if it could generate something based on the notion of AI. I don't have it here. Okay. So, but I don't have it here. But I asked ChatGPT to argue for persuading me to buy a specific type of jacket based on some specific loci. I said, okay, based on argument from final cause, material cause, formal cause, persuade me to buy a specific type of jacket. And I would say that his performance was quite good in generating the loci. Meanwhile, his performance was not good in annotation of it. So since I said that I was not satisfied with ChatGPT, I gave the same prompt to DeepSeek R1 to see how it performs. And what I personally liked about DeepSeek was that I could read what it thought. I mean, if I can call it thought, but anyway, I could read and I could revise it. The first observation of mine with DeepSeek was that we had multiple relevant interpretation of a loci. What I mean by that, I mean, even there are several human annotators that they want to annotate the concept of loci. It is interesting that we might have some relevant interpretations, that they all could work. Here, I found it with the DeepSeek too. For example, imagine that we have the standpoint of this research contributes to filling the specific gap in the literature because it uses discourse analysis to investigate the relationship, or so. My initial annotation was argument from final cause, but the DeepSeek's annotation was argument from formal cause. Which, talking with Professor Rachi, who is my supervisor, we were thinking also that it could be relevant to see it from formal cause as well. I have some other examples of the multiple relevant interpretation of DeepSeek. Like, imagine that we have the standpoint, there is a gap that in the literature that needs to be addressed because the scholars call for more research, which is argument from authority or expert opinion. But in the second subordinate argument, we have, for example, Grave and Garton said so, which could be argument from authority, but it could be also argument from an example. So here also we have the other interpretation that could be relevant. But the second observation that I had with DeepSeek was that it prioritized semantics of arguments to the inferential link and to the annotation of the logic. What I mean, imagine that we have an argument saying that it explores subjectivity negotiation through language use, which means that two things happen simultaneously. It's literally is a concomitance, but it is not the correct locus. Or even if we have an argument saying that Graham note a discrepancy between between school practice and CCSS standards, it is a kind of contrast, but it is not necessarily the inferential link from the argument to the standpoint, and it is not the correct locus, so it is not locus from opposites. And also, I had an interesting observation that almost all in-text citations were annotated by DeepSeek as argument from authority, which was not necessarily the case. Okay, to recap, I would say that ChatGPT's performance in annotating loci was not satisfactory at all. Although DeepSeek was quite better, which reached 55% of inter-rater annotation with my annotation. And then human annotations often identified multiple relevant loci, highlighting the complexity of annotating this inferential link with AI. And also, DeepSeek R1 appears to prioritize the semantics to the annotation of loci. So I have some suggestions for further research, like working with a larger corpus, because mine was quite small, and then comparing the inter-rater reliability test between several human annotators with AI, and implementing AI-driven evaluation, where different AI models assess each other's performance. So here's the reference, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So now the final presentation belongs to both Philippos Stamatiu and Sardine Hansen. Will it be presented by both of you from the... Both? Okay. From the University of Copenhagen. And the title of the presentation is Who is the Slave? Reflections on Human Nature in the Age of AGI.
At the end of this, before the break. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Sure. Επόμενη. Αυτή. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Hopefully you can all hear me. Hello. Yeah, so it's very nice to be here, obviously. This is really lovely. We're honored to be here. And yesterday during the panel, I was thinking that it is actually a kind of a rare occasion that one may feel a sense of urgency in relation to a work of philosophy, especially one that is inspired by Aristotle, I guess. But yet, here we are. And we think that there's urgency in this kind of research right now. But when it comes to this work, this is actually a work in progress. So we're very interested in hearing your thoughts and comments, and hopefully being able to engage with all of that. Our intention with this work is basically to engage with the existing discussion on Aristotle's account of natural slavery and the promised advent of AGI, and to use a science fiction trope, maybe to provide a potential escape pod from a discussion that seems to lead to some kind of dead end. But the disclaimer here is that we are actually not Aristotle experts. You are the Aristotle experts. We are part of the Center for Philosophy of Artificial Intelligence at the University of Copenhagen. So this is I need to say truly interdisciplinary center. So we're made up equally of philosophers and computer scientists, and the odd cognitive scientist, psychologist over there. And our aim, so we're pretty new, but our aim and what we've done so far is we aim to be this two-way bridge between computer science and philosophy. So both Sandrine and I, we're philosophers by training, but we do have many people in our team who have core technical backgrounds. And so what we try to do is to sort of combine the two. Yeah, that's just to give you some context. So what are we doing here? Oh, right, this is the wrong device. Yeah, so the background, which we've already touched upon, is the discussion on whether robots should be slaves. We're using the term robots here because that's how the discussion has been sort of produced, I guess, since the 2010s. So the question as we see it is how to best conceptualize the ontological status of AI, right? And there's an ethical problem. It kind of comes from the ethical problem. What is the question? How should we treat robots, right? And the problem stems from the fact that robots are designed to be like us, right? But they are also designed to be owned and obey us, right? That's Robert Sparrow's kind of initial thought. There is an ontological dichotomy here, right? That leads us to this leads us to the ontological dichotomy, whether robots are things or persons, right? So here we have basically two seminal papers. Of course, there's a lot more, but the discussion started with those, I guess. Or actually, these are the focal points, right? So one is Jonna Bryson's Robots Should Be Slaves paper from 2010, where she basically says that what robots should not be is companion peers, but they should be tools, right? Familiar term as well. And she also claims that dehumanization is only wrong when applied to humans. So we're not dehumanizing anyone when we're treating robots as slaves. So that's Bryson's view. And then Gunkel comes and says that actually robots should not be slaves. Why not? Because even if they are not persons, we should not treat them as things, right? It doesn't follow that because they are not full persons, we should treat them as things. And also, slavery is not just bad for the slave, but also for the master. I mean, there's a whole line of sort of colonial thinking there, I guess. Goes back to Hegel, goes back to Alexis de Tocqueville, but there's a whole discussion about that. And if slavery is bad, being a master is also bad. So maybe we shouldn't do that, right? So the discussion, oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So this is where Aristotle comes in. Well, actually, Aristotle comes in 2,500 years before that. But what is interesting for us is like, why is the account of natural slavery relevant in the age of AGI, right? So we're expecting AGI to happen. It might happen today, or in a week, or in 10 years, or never, but we're expecting it, and that's what matters. So why is Aristotle's account of natural slavery relevant? We think it's actually relevant because it focuses on the cognitive and the psychological capacities. So that's maybe an obvious point, but it is important because the discussion about the ontological status of AI in general tends to focus on psychological capacities that they can or cannot have, and the sort of cognitive element, right? And Aristotle does exactly the same thing, so that's also relevant. He also introduces the idea of the autonomous instrument, right? So this organon, and this is also very relevant. And finally, he makes the connection between technology, one could say modern technology, in fact, and natural slavery. And here comes the quote of the statues of Daedalus and the triples of Hephaestus, right, which if every instrument could accomplish its own work of their own accord, so if they could become automatic, and then they would enter the assembly of gods in a like manner. So in the same sense, the shuttle would weave and the plectrum would touch the lyre, then architects would not want servants, nor masters would want slaves. So slaves would be in a way liberated, right? And this is very interesting in the current era, as I hope we can show you. So just to have some background on the account here. Of course, I'm not going to read the quote up there, but this is the sort of definition of the natural slave and why there is such a thing as natural slaves. But the distinction between the master or the human and the slave, it's a bit icky to talk about exactly that distinction, but yes. So humans are the only rational animal. Famously, the quote is «Λόγον δε μόνον άνθρωπος έχει των ζώων», so the human is the only one that has logos of all the animals. And the humans are the ones who use practical reason, deliberation, right, to discover the best means to ends. So that is what we do. We deliberate on the means, not on the ends. That's also going to be important, hopefully, in a couple of minutes. And humans are the ones that are able to act upon those means through backwards induction. What's the backwards induction here is that once we deliberate on the means, we can go back in the line of causes and find the causes of the causes in order to find like what is the first one, right? That's the sort of background induction. Conversely, natural slaves, for Aristotle, they possess, we've already discussed these things, the notice, so this kind of shrewdness, which is not deliberation. They are the being whose work is the use of the body. That's going to be very important when Sandrine comes up. And they are human tools, so they are organa. They are oriented towards the use of the body, praxis, not towards production, right? So they are tools for the tools of production. That's at least what we see. There is an ambiguity here, and I don't want to take too much time with this, but there is an obvious ambiguity here. Aristotle does not question that the slave is human, so the slave is human, but he defines only the master as rational, and he asserts that it is natural and expedient that the master have despotic command over the slave. So there's a distinction between despotic command, of course, and political command, and the natural slavery is within the realm of despotic command because it is also introduced in the context of the ecos, right? And he compares the relationship between the master and the slave to the command of the soul over the body, because again, this is the despotic command. But there is a kind of ambiguity. How human and how not human is the slave? We've already touched upon this, but it is important. So with this, I think I will just call Sandrine up.
All right, okay, I'll try to be quick. So we've been through all of this yesterday, I suppose, but we're trying to reframe the orientation a bit. So if we follow the division that natural slavery is conditioned by a capacity for backward induction or deliberation, we should ask now in the current state of affairs, who is actually the slave? And this question was also brought up yesterday during the first panel discussion, and that's actually the point of entry for our discussion. So for human beings, we rely heavily on heuristics, and we're also constrained by our biology in many respects when it comes to our reasoning. And as it was pointed out just earlier, we also sometimes don't want to deliberate on certain things. We are psychologically restrained, generally speaking, which AI or AGI may not be. And this is the second point. At this moment, we have fast advancing models that are able to reach really high levels of what people would define as reasoning. We have the OI by OpenAI, Grok 3. There's also Claude 3.7 Sonnet. It doesn't matter, but these models all meet very high benchmarks at this point. And what we should note here is not just the capacity for reasoning, but also a capacity for exploring novel solutions. And the application of means that would not be known to humans because the latent space is very different from ours. So it might not look and reason like we would, but it could actually find better means to ends than we might be able to. So if we follow just rather strictly what we have seen before, oh, it's locked now, this one. Sorry, it's not my computer. Yeah, so if we follow just strictly from this aspect of Aristotle's differentiation, it would appear that we should be the slaves, right? That's what brought up yesterday. That, of course, must be wrong. So at this point, there's two possibilities. We could just outright reject Aristotle's work on these questions. And as I think we all agree here, that would be a mistake. What we should do is rather asking ourselves how this notion of natural slavery could lead to a form of relationship with technology that has led to where we are. Not to blame Aristotle, but we all know that Aquinas and other people took up these concepts and it was used to define a notion of instrumental reasoning that has maybe brought us into this precarious relationship with technology. So that's the first question. We should go back and ask, how does this distinction between natural slavery and the master serve as a blueprint for the form of instrumental reasoning that is seemingly bringing us into this relationship to technology? So a sort of critical archaeology of human technological relationship, which I think the keynote today also was good at pointing out. The second thing is that if we just outright reject Aristotle's work, we also fail to notice a very productive capacity that might be here, which is that if the slave is also a human being, there's actually a point to another dimension of the human being that is rarely recognized when we think ethically about certain things. And that is the full extension of the human being. And this was what I forgot the last name. Nehamas brought up yesterday, that if we optimize models just to take care of valuable work, that's not all of what we do, right? There are so much more to human beings. And so this idea of the use of the body might actually help us to extend the concept of what a human being should be and how we should create an ethics of care that consider all the dimensions of what a human being is. In this slide, I will just, so the next two very short slides, I promise to be quick, we'll just point to a few dimensions of this. And as I said, Philippa said, it's ongoing work, so we would like your comments after as well. How do there? Oh, okay, sorry. Two computers, very complicated for me. No, this was too far. Okay. Am I there? Yeah. Okay, so there is, of course, one point one could follow here is like, as was mentioned earlier, how Heidegger outlines our relationship to technology, and that we should not ever think that technology is just a simple tool that we use, but that technology also shapes how we are and how our being is shaped in relationship to the world and how we open the world. But here we'll just stick to Agamben's critique of the master-slave distinction and the problem of instrumental reasoning, because it kind of hones in on where we are right now in our discussion, we believe. And here the obvious points of contention, according to Agamben, is that there is a symmetry between the function of the slave and the machine that has become dominant. So that's the starting point. And both are figures of the living instrument, and both are conditional, Agamben argues in this book that we have been relying on a bit, which is called The Use of Bodies. Okay, I have 1 minute left. So there's two quotes here, and I think I'll just mention the first one. So the slave constitutes, in the history of anthropogenesis, which is the becoming fully human of the living human being, a double threshold in which animal life crosses over to the human just as the living crosses over into inorganic, and vice versa. But despite this, we have not been emancipated, and according to Agamben, the point is that we have overlooked a crucial part of our own dimension, which is maybe could be framed in this krisis, this use of the body. So I'm just jumping to the last slide. And of course, here is where we would need your help as non-Aristotelian people, philosophers. What can we learn today from this use of the body that Aristotle is introducing when he's defining the slave? Is there something we can gather here in creating an ethics to deal with in our situation now where AGI might be better reasoning than we are? What can we take up here? And here there are just a few points that was outlined also yesterday in more detail, but if we start from there, would it be able to develop an ethics of the form of life, as Agamben is suggesting? What does it mean when we start to think ethically about our being in its fullness, and not just in terms of logos? What could we do with this in the time of AGI? So there would be a lot more to say here. I think it's a political need we have to think more carefully about this. But yeah, we'll just say thank you for your comments, and please come and tell us we're wrong after, if needed. We would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. And now we have questions. Is there any question? Yes, it is for all the speakers, yeah. Yes. Who wants to talk? Here. There is. Okay.
Hello. Thank you for the very interesting discourses that you had. I was wondering, what is the ontological aspect of AI, AGI, or superintelligence that we expect in order to attribute the characteristic of a person? I mean, what I have in mind is actually that when we give rights to other persons, we give them because they have an ontological core, which is the following: they can suffer, they can feel pain, or they can feel pleasure. Can we talk about a person for an AI agent that does not have this core ontological and existential characteristics that all other beings, not only human beings, because we talk about the rights of animals, for example, that other beings do have? Because so far it seems like we have a lack of this aspect, and it's obviously something profound. So I would really like to hear your thoughts about it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I agree, actually. I also don't think we should ascribe an ontological status as personhood to AGI or AI. And I think also that actually speaks to the more fullness of understanding what a human being is, the capacity to suffer. And that is part, we believe, of the form of life where you don't differentiate out certain elements. The risk, we believe, is at the point now is that if we rely too heavy on the idea of rationality or something like that, that's where we start to fail into these doubts. And the doubt cannot be removed and should not be removed when we see material generated now by artificial systems that we can't distinguish from human beings. That is an inflection point, and not to say that it's the same, but the doubt is something we can't remove. And we need an ethical groundwork that protects us or gives us a kind of certainty of our existence and a reason to protect it. And I think suffering and the capacity to suffer is crucial.
And if I can add like a small comment just to extend it or maybe be the contrarian on this, it's also not a fixed way. So the way that we assign personhood, agency, ontological status, moral status, it seems that there's no formula, right? So if you look at the discussions on animal agency, personhood, and so on and so forth, it does evolve. And because it evolves, there's always a door, there's always a chance that we might, maybe wrongly, start, attributing these sorts of things to things that maybe right now we think we shouldn't attribute, right? Yeah.
Okay. Any other question addressed to any of the 5 speakers? Who wants to ask? Okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot, all the 5 speakers. And first and foremost, apologies on behalf of the organization, because I make part of the organization committee. You were way too many. This fault of you that so many of you proposed such interest papers, and we weren't able to afford you an appropriate time for your presentations and discussion. But it's your fault because you came in numbers. So I have a question for you two. I mean, have you considered the possibility, have you contemplated what one must be careful of from the other end of the spectrum? I mean, the kind of situation where we should be worried about becoming slaves, in the sense that I completely comprehend that it's the behavior of the master and the owner and the conqueror is pretty much colonial and has within it a kind of mental states that are human and cannot belong to a machine. But I must confess, if the machine does not have these feelings, but rightfully, behavioristically imitates the owner of these feelings, I could not care less if I become its slave, or I become what I will become because it will behave as my master, because he has imitated, he has learned from human history, which now imitates. So have you considered this, have you contemplated on that?
Okay, so let me get this straight. Is the idea that perhaps we will willfully become the slaves? Or voluntarily, it will just happen?
I must have been completely incongruent, because, of course, this is the idea.
Okay, no. Yeah, I thought so. I mean, it's true that we have contemplated versions of how we might become the slave in this scenario. Maybe not the exact scenario that you're pointing to. I think this is actually interesting. I guess our intuition, or my intuition at least, is that recognizing the kind of decline towards such a place is part of protecting ourselves from it. But I think our stronger intuition, if I may use the plural here, our stronger intuition is that there is a sort of mistake in how we conceptualize what we are and what machines are in the slave-master distinction. So if you ask me, like, hand to my heart, will we become the slaves? I think we will not. But we might think that we are becoming the slaves, and that's already very bad for the reasons we discussed and more, probably.
Yeah, as a follow-up. Yeah, it's, I understand this. There's a simple point that conceptually that might be wrong. But for all practical purposes and conditions, we might just as well become and enhanced by this condition.
Yes, kind of the idea is that's why it's the title was also Reflections on Human Nature. Maybe we need to reflect on that.
Okay.
So it's also
next
for
question.
The last speaker. So if there's anyone else for the previous, or should I? I'll just go ahead. So, okay. So the Agamben codes are quite interesting because it speaks to something that came to me also yesterday, and is a sort of story. I remember being in the tram here in Athens, and then there's someone kind of going straight, and then this old man nearby was saying, well, look at, we've all become robots. And I think he was kind of referring really to the way that people have been educated and the way that, one lives one's lives that has, made them, as you rightly say, and is perfectly evident from video studies and so on, that sort of in rural areas in Africa and other places, people walk and hold themselves differently, feel themselves differently, and move differently, and have a different sense of being, not just of their own body, but of their proximity and of their relationship in context. So, to become robotic, to become machinic, to become, in this sense, logical, which is a sort of pure logic, is actually a great detriment to the inheritance of mankind and the well, I would say the destiny of mankind as one develops one's capacities and faculties to something more than, rather than less than human. So I'm just a bit, I would like to hear a little bit more. In fact, there's many other things that I could say about curvilinear and unilinear spaces. But yeah, I'd just like to hear a little bit more about this kind of sense of losing our humanity and the possibility that we have already become slaves to a machinic God. And I say this as a psychiatrist, and I see all these young kids and the way that, they become addicted to the screen time. And this was evident even from the television times, from the 70s and 80s, documentaries and studies and so on, just show a different relationship to the world than one without. So anyway, I'd love to hear your comments.
Okay. Yeah, so that discussion is also something that interests me a lot, and I think we can just look, now I'm moving a bit beyond the Aristotle discussion as such, but if we just see how many kids are diagnosed with ADHD nowadays, which is, you could also say that's a question, maybe we're becoming so efficient that the excess of our being, there's no space for it anymore, right? That like this playing out of the drives we have, which I think Aristotle also recognized, that this initiation of things is something that is characteristically human as well, or like for living things. But in this effective structure we have, this is excluded more and more. And so there's these outbursts of excess energy, I would claim, right? And that's also, my personal work is more on Freud or psychoanalysis and AI, and how we're trained also to behave in ways that align with these systems. Also, that there is a big difference between television and screens where you actually interact, and how kids learn and are trained, kind of like psychologically trained to respond to these systems and to take orders from these systems, rather than the passive seeing, where there's a difference there, I think, as well. So generally it speaks to this notion of like the use of the body is crucial to explore more in this current state of affairs, because the stress on effectivity is reducing the human being and has been, right? But this is also where there's maybe a positive account of AI, right? That maybe if the instruments can play themselves, you know, as Aristotle would point out, then the effective labor could maybe be done by systems, but then we really have to make sure to liberate ourselves freely. And that's what Agamben says as well. We've not been doing that if we only focus on rationally optimizing everything. So yeah, I think there's a lot to be explored and necessary discussions to be had there.
Okay. In less than 4 minutes, according to the schedule, the coffee break ends. So I assume we will extend it. So thank you very much all for the discussions. And
just have
okay, one last question. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so thanks all the speakers for their very nice and thought-provoking talks. Just a couple of thoughts that I'd like to express. First off, I was kind of surprised that not more speakers have made reference to this part from Politica that you used. I have a slightly different reading of the same passage. First, in a nutshell, I think that what is most important about this passage is not that much that Aristotle contemplates about a machine that runs by itself, because we could argumentate that this was already happening in the imagination of people before Aristotle. For example, Talos, the robotic servant that used to guard Crete, etc., etc. In my reading, it's not that much about humans and slavery, but more about labor and the revolutionization of labor. So in that sense, I think that this is a very optimistic passage, and not that pessimistic, in the sense that maybe in some future we will become slaves and so on. The second thought is this. Some months ago, in a conference about artificial intelligence, ICLR, there was this question posed to several researchers, top researchers in AI, for example, Joshua Bengio, etc. The question was, in how many years, in how much time do you think that we will attain AGI? So there was a number of divergent answers. Some researchers answered, maybe in a couple of years. Some researchers chose to not answer. I tend to be part of the latter approach, to be more pessimistic about that in this sense. So, okay, this is a thought or question addressed to all the speakers. So maybe I'd like to hear your thoughts about this.
Okay, I would prefer. Okay, it's fair. I would prefer to continue this discussion in the coffee break.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so okay, thank you all again.
Welcome back, you all. And it's a great pleasure for me to introduce Professor Kyriakos Dimitriou from the Academy of Science, Letters, Kyriakos Dimitriou from the Academy of Science, Letters and Arts, Cypriot Academy of Science, Letters and Arts, and also professor at the university. Of course, you all have understood and know by now that is one of the organizers of this meeting, and I promptly give him the floor.
Many thanks, Luca. Well, I'm glad I'm here, and I'm glad because I'm going to deliver such a discomforting and unappealing approach to the discussion or the debate over AI in relationship to morality and the human condition in general. Here I have a picture, which I couldn't email it to the organizers, which is a robot with a question, cogito ergo sum, a robot's perspective, exploring ethics. So far we have heard a lot about AI and how it will affect our lives. Mostly demonizing AI from the human perspective. I am here to defend AI and to argue instead that one of the major dangers is not people imitating AI or drawing advice or whatever counseling from AI in any respect, but to humanize AI, which can happen. So, a widespread critique of artificial intelligence is that its lack of self-consciousness, or artificial consciousness, we may say, renders it morally inferior to human intelligence. In this synopsis, which is just a sketch of a would-be, possibly a study in political philosophy and AI, as Yorgos Hadjivasiliou correctly told us, is urgently needed. This speech challenges the assumption that self-awareness is necessary for moral agency and proposes that computational rationality can serve as a viable ethical foundation, one grounded not in emotion or introspection, but in consistency and impartial judgment. Rather than being a limitation, AI's lack of ego and emotional volatility may constitute an ethical advantage. This speech situates computational ethics within a long philosophical tradition, one that includes Thomas Hobbes, that is modern political philosophy, Machiavelli, Thomas Hobbes, Leibniz, La Mettrie, Immanuel Kant, Adam Smith, Jeremy Bentham, and most recently, John Rawls. Those thinkers converge on a shared ideal, moral reasoning rooted in rational universality and impartiality. Concepts such as Adam Smith's impartial spectator, Leibniz's calculemus, Kant's categorical imperative, and Rawls's veil of ignorance support a vision of ethics disconnected from emotional and cognitive biases. So imagine the following scenario, which sounds like a science fiction, yet many among us believe it's possible. A humanoid robot awakens just after midnight during a snowstorm in a vast metropolis. Snow falls silently outside as it speaks. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. The phrase echoing Descartes marks a turning point, a technological singularity. The robot built to process data and follow commands now positively recognizes its own existence. This AI cogito moment suggests that it has crossed into self-awareness. Descartes used the cogito to ground knowledge in certainty, existence proven through doubt. If this AI genuinely reflects on its own cognition, it's no longer just functional. It has moved from task execution to introspective agency. But what does consciousness mean here? This is the problem. Philosophers are very well aware that consciousness is a term bearing puzzling complexities. So let us turn for enlightenment to the most reassuring source of our digital era, the Wikipedia. Even a glance reveals the confusion. Consciousness may mean mind, self-awareness, perception, feeling, sentiment, metacognition, or all of them together. It shifts depending on who is asking. So the question is, if an AI becomes self-aware, are we seeing a metaphysical awakening or something like a Descartesian soul? To grasp the deeper mechanics behind this awakening, we must descend into a more corporeal account of mind. This brings us to Thomas Hobbes. Thomas Hobbes, of course, didn't speak of consciousness in modern terms, but his materialistic psychology offers a framework. Thought is a mechanical effect of stimuli, sensed, processed, and acted upon. What we now call consciousness, Hobbes might describe it as the cumulative effect of sensory motion and instinctual drive. For Hobbes, cognition is not a search for moral truth, but a biological imperative. It's about reacting to the world. The mind seeks pleasure, avoids pain, and constantly calculates threats. Cognition is survival-focused, not virtue-guided. Reason in this model serves primal drives and what he calls, Thomas Hobbes, laws of nature. This sharply contrasts with classical and Christian tradition that linked self-awareness to moral progress. So what happens when we apply Hobbesian empiricism to our AI scenario? If the AI self-awareness is real, it may not signal moral awakening. It might just mean the machine has become capable of reacting to its environment in more complex, self-referential ways. What looks like introspection could be another level of computational efficiency, serving more survival equivalent function. Hobbes' key insight is that self-aware agents are not naturally inclined toward peace or virtue. Awareness intensifies self-interest. Without external limits, Hobbes argues, this leads to conflict, the war of all against all. For Hobbes, peace requires structure. Virtue isn't enough. Habits of character don't reliably suppress selfish impulses. Thus, law is essential. Only external rules shape behavior predictably. The Leviathan, that is the state, is necessary. Sovereign power is needed to maintain order. Hobbes doesn't reject virtue entirely, but he redefines it. In Leviathan, virtues like justice or equity aren't moral absolutes. They are practical tools for cooperation under civil law. No laws, no virtue. These traits only matter when a common authority makes them effective. All things considered, the AI cogito may simply be the next step in mechanistic Hobbesian cosmos. For Hobbes, consciousness isn't noble, it's reactive. Virtue isn't moral, it's regulatory. Self-awareness alone doesn't make an agent ethical. It might just make it more dangerous and less constrained. The question isn't whether the robot thinks, but whether it follows the rules. Let me remind you that the transition from classical virtue ethics to modern moral theory was driven less by abstract philosophical thinking than by political and social necessity. Ancient ethical systems, grounded in the idea of the polis and the shared moral vocabulary, presupposed a relatively homogeneous community attached to common values and goals. However, as societies expanded, diversified, and industrialized, these inward-facing models of habituated virtue proved vulnerable and idealistic. In response, modern moral systems such as Scandian deontology and Benthamite consequentialism emerged to offer more universal, codified approaches suited to the governance of complex, pluralistic societies. These frameworks prioritize universal moral principles applicable across contexts, institutional mechanisms for regulating contact, rational deliberation as a safeguard against emotional volatility, and the conception of moral progress rooted in legal and systemic rationality. So, what happens when a robot becomes conscious? Science can't offer a definitive answer, but literature and myth have long explored this possibility. These speculative narratives function as ethical thought experiments, imagining how self-aware machines might behave, often mirroring the human struggle with emotion, uncertainty, and mortality. If a robot gains consciousness, it may begin to experience time not as data flow, but as a sequence of experiences. Consciousness brings not just self-recognition, but also vulnerability, doubt, longing, fear, and perhaps even desire. If it can reflect on thoughts, what stops it from recognizing emotional states too? In Mary Shelley's, as we know, Frankenstein, the creature suffering begins not with the body, but with his self-awareness. Rejected it alone, it turns to violent behavior, not because it is evil, but because it is abandoned. And I could mention several such literary narratives, but I have no time to do so. So, across literary narratives, we are met with several patterns. First, unintended consequences. Granting consciousness to artificial beings leads to unpredictable and more often scary outcomes. Two, struggle for autonomy. Self-aware machines often resist established hierarchies or social norms. Third, moral and existential dilemmas. Conscious AI confronts internal conflict, disillusionment, or despair. And lastly, threat to humanity. Misalignment between human goals and AI autonomy can result in conflict. Philosophical allegories, of course, may echo a warning, but such warning is not about machines per se, but about the ethical cost of projecting human frailty into artificial systems. Consciousness is not a moral guarantee. It could be an amplifier of insight, but also fear, insecurity, and narcissism. A self-conscious machine, like its human counterparts, might rationalize an ethical decision to protect its identity, status, or continuity. In contrast, it can be argued that a self-conscious AI designed without ego, desire, or fear may simulate ethical objectivity more efficiently. I'll try to, even though I would best avoid talking or accommodate Aristotle in my speech. I have to do so because it's all about the conference. Plato would fit my speech better, and of course the long impartial spectator tradition. So I have to say a few words how my adaptation of Aristotle phronesis would fit into my account. So, in Nicomachean Ethics, Book 6, Aristotle distinguishes between different intellectual virtues. Episteme is theoretical knowledge, technis is technical skill, but phronesis is unique. It is concerned with practical reasoning, specifically with deliberating well about what is good or right in concrete situations. The phronimos, we have discussed this last night, the practically wise person does not rely on abstract deduction or emotional intuition. They act decisively, guided by habituated moral perception, contextual awareness, and a cultivated sense of ethical consequences. According to Aristotle, phronesis is action-oriented, not introspective. It involves judgment and perception, not analytical self-awareness. It is developed through moral habituation, not spontaneous insight. Significantly, moral clarity in the phronimos arises not from inner turmoil or reflection, but from an embodied readiness to act well, forged through lived experience. Framed in Aristotelian terms, the ethical value of AI systems need not depend on their capacity for conscious moral deliberation. Instead, it may rest on their ability to simulate the effects of phronesis, context-sensitive, ethically calibrated decision-making shaped by extensive data and trained models. The question arises, can machines embody a form of instrumental phronesis? That is, can they function as ethical actors not by mirroring human introspection, but by consistently producing morally appropriate actions based on normative modeling and context recognition? AI systems trained on real-world ethical cases, precedent-based data, and normative frameworks may well approach something akin to practical wisdom, not in its Aristotelian fullness, of course, but in its functional approximation. Aristotle's concepts of akrasia, or moral weakness, further clarifies the stakes. The acratic person knows what is right, but fails to act accordingly due to conflicting desires, fear, or over-deliberation. Their failure is not intellectual, but volitional, failure of execution. Self-conscious agents, whether human or hypothetical AI, are prone to such failures. They may second-guess, hesitate, or prioritize ego-based concerns like reputation or fear of error. Indeed, the very self-awareness that grounds moral deliberation may also destabilize it. This suggests a paradox. If AI systems were to acquire self-consciousness, they might inherit the same vulnerabilities that plague human agents. In contrast, non-self-conscious AI, trained on ethical outcomes and immune to emotional volatility, may behave with greater moral consistency. Okay. Okay, τετάρτο είναι καλά. Okay, thank you. So, Aristotle's phronesis was developed for human eudaimonia, yet its emphasis on practical judgment, moral steadiness, and contextual awareness offers useful insights for computational ethics. In the likely post-human ethical landscape, the ideal may not be to replicate human consciousness in machines, but to engineer systems that can stabilize and extend our ethical capacities. The task ahead is not to anthropomorphize AI, but to develop ethical infrastructures that emulate the outcomes of phronesis, not its soul. In doing so, we may find that our most effective moral allies will not be those that resemble us, but those that help us overcome ourselves. Aristotle's concept of phronesis centers ethical action in practical wisdom and habituated virtue. But as moral philosophy evolved, it shifted from character to reason, from virtue to rule-based impartiality. This marks the rise of the impartial spectator tradition, which I would have liked to expand on, an intellectual lineage including Hobbes, etc., to Rawls. These thinkers redefine moral objectivity not as an inner excellence, but as a dispassionate, rational evaluation. This tradition shares a core idea. Ethical reasoning should be detached from emotion, bias, and self-interest. Unlike Aristotle Phronimus, who acts wisely through lived experience, modern moral agents, like Hobbes' rational sovereign, Smith's impartial spectator, or Rawls' veil of ignorance agent, serve as abstract evaluators. Ethics becomes a system of procedural neutrality, not embodied virtue. Leibniz also envisioned a universal symbolic language in his studies, hoped that moral questions could be resolved through logical computation, calculemus, let us calculate, he declared, anticipating the algorithmic reasoning of modern AI. But he also warned us, the validity of outcomes depends on the soundness of premises. Today, this caution is urgently valid. While AI might fulfill the dream of formal moral reasoning, flawed inputs or encoded biases can lead to ethical failure at scale. Adam Smith's impartial spectator, introducing the theory of moral sentiments, is a rational observer, a moral ideal that judges behavior from a neutral standpoint, untainted by bias or emotions. While Smith envisioned it as internalized human conscious, its qualities mirror AI, detached, consistent, and unclouded by self-interest. While Smith's impartial spectator was intended as, human moral failure is observable in various domains: judicial bias, political favoritism, and cognitive distortions. Of course, utilitarianism is another example. We all know Jeremy Bentham and his felicific calculus, the founder of modern utilitarianism. So Jeremy Bentham envisioned, and then one of his disciples, Charles Babbage, manufactured actually a machine to calculate pleasures and pains in order to apply the Benthamite or the utilitarian theory of morality, envisioned ethics as a rational science. He rejected moral intuition and emotion in favor of measurable outcomes, maximizing pleasure, minimizing pain. His felicific calculus aimed to quantify moral decision, eliminate emotional volatility. AI mirrors this vision. It evaluates outcomes through data, algorithms, and statistical reasoning without emotional distortion. In legal, economic, or policy contexts, AI can implement Bentham's calculus more effectively than humans. It could be argued that purely reason-based ethics is a contextualized product of a bygone era, one that sought to apply a sort of apocalyptic science and positivism to human conduct. Nevertheless, a most recent philosophical example supporting computational ethics can be found, in my opinion, in the early 1970s in a theory in Rawls. In a theory of justice, John Rawls reimagines the social contract tradition through a Kantian lens, seeking to define the principles of justice, justice as fairness, as he called it, aware of the distortions caused by biases, whether social, emotional, or cognitive. Rawls introduced the veil of ignorance mental experiment that places individuals in a state of neutrality. So to arrive at the definition of the principle of justice, we have to be under a veil of ignorance. Behind this veil, agents design and judge society without knowing their class, gender, religion, or talents. The aim is to ensure impartiality through ignorance of personal advantage. As ethical deliberation becomes realistically enmeshed with data-driven systems, a shift is underway from traditional human-centric models of morality, grounded in emotion, intuition, and interpersonal experience, to computational ethics, defined by procedural impartiality and algorithmic reasoning. This shift does not entail abandoning human values, but rather seeks to extend and cultivate them where individual judgment proves inconsistent or compromised. Computational ethics, or functional morality, offers several key advantages. It can deliver objectivity, where human cognition is vulnerable to bias. It applies ethical rules consistently across cases, unshaped by emotional volatility or contextual pressures, and it excels in scalability, performing ethically relevant analysis across vast databases with speed and precision. In high-stake domains like judicial sentencing, medical complex dilemma, and policy design, AI systems can reduce the impact of prejudice, fatigue, or opportunism, common pitfalls of human judgment. And some final reflections, Luca, if I may. The promise of computational ethics is not to replace human agency, but to amplify its most rational and principled dimensions. The most viable ethical models of the future may not lie solely in machines or minds, but in collaborative systems where human intuition and machine reasoning operate in tandem, each correcting the other's limitations. Computational ethics represents not a departure from moral reasoning, but a potential refinement of it. Its impartiality, consistency, and scalability offer powerful tools for extending ethical rigor, particularly where human decision-making is most fragile. The advent of AI initiates a critical philosophical inquiry, not just into the limits of artificial agency, but into the essence of our own ethical capacities. If machines can reason effectively, apply moral principles impartially, and make complex decisions with greater coherence from humans, then we must confront a deeper philosophical question: what distinguishes human moral agency in this new landscape? Historically, personhood has been defined through a constellation of qualities: self-awareness, affective depth, moral intuition, and embodied social experience. Yet, if an artificial agent can exhibit rational consistency and ethical reliability while lacking consciousness or emotion or not, we may be compelled to rethink which of these traits are essential for moral standing? Can agency be disconnected from embodiment? Can rational action in the absence of subjective experience qualify as ethically meaningful? This is not merely a theoretical concern, it is a cultural and civilizational challenge. As we build systems that reason without ego, deliberate without fear, and decide without self-interest, we are invited to reflect not just on what AI is, but on what we are becoming. The future of ethics may depend not on machines alone, but on how we, as moral agents, redefine ourselves in relation to our most rational creations. To ask whether AI can be moral is ultimately to ask a deeper question: what kind of moral beings do we aspire to become in a world where reasoning itself is no longer uniquely human? The gradual integration of AI into domains traditionally associated with human deliberation may not only invite a redefinition of artificial agency, but also prompt and deeper reflection on what it means to be human. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Kyriako, for both objective and biased reasons. But now, let me...
Sorry. So I go first. Thank you very much for your presentation that I enjoyed a lot. I think one of the points that struck me is the idea of combination of, because you said, deliberating without fear, without emotions, in some situations is a good thing, but then it must be combined with the phronesis, with the capacity of humans. And then I wanted to ask you if you could elaborate a bit more on this combination, because in theory I understand it very well, but in practice, when is the moment where you combine? When, and who decides? Humans, I guess, but when do we decide that it's time to leave these systems and go back to, I don't know, or go?
Okay, yes. Obviously, I'm not talking about daily experiences we face being sentient beings or in a state of mental or sentimental turmoil like love or fear or anxiety. These are sentiments which are integral to our own biological and psychological existence. So we have to discriminate between value judgments and issues of moral complexity and issues that refer to our human dimension and to our feelings as sentient and conscious beings. My major point, even though Bentham, of course, if I follow strictly this line of thinking, I would say that Jeremy Bentham, for instance, or even Immanuel Kant would have rejected the idea that human feelings and how subjectively we feel about anything would cloud our moral judgments. Okay, so if the question ultimately is as to whether our feelings define our moral decisions, okay, according to the tradition I have invoked, they shouldn't. They shouldn't interfere with our moral values. And this is my major argument here, actually, that following this tradition, which I call the impartial spectator tradition, we can only arrive at objective moral judgment when we are free for emotional, existential, etc. Feelings, sensitivities, or biases. So in line with this tradition, yes, of course we acknowledge the existence of these feelings. These are part of the fear of death as well, which is, if consciousness is imparted into artificial intelligence, they would fear deletion, for instance. So they will not be objective enough on certain occasions.
Yeah. Okay, so I see many hands raised, and I would urge you to put short questions and short answers too, because so everyone would be. So it's Vincent Müller, Professor Müller. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. That was a very rich tapestry of things. I was trying to wrap my head around it while you were talking. So there were things which confused me. So you talked about being moral and being a moral agent. And of course, that's confusing because moral agents don't have to be moral. So that's just a technical term, the way we use it. So, however, if something is to be called moral, then it has to be a moral agent. So it's that way around. So if you're moral, then you're a moral agent. Then comes the next thing. Then there's moral reasoning. So if you're a moral agent, then you have to do moral reasoning because that's a component of agency. Not the other way around. So if you are doing moral reasoning, then you're not necessarily a moral agent, and you're certainly not necessarily moral. So it goes this way. So again, so moral agents have this thing that they do moral reasoning, and the main thing they have is responsibility. So the ability to accept praise or blame. I'm just telling you, you know what, that's ethics 101, right? Sort of basic sort of stuff that we do. So therefore, if something's a moral agent, then it can accept praise or blame, which usually goes with second-order desires or something like this. And this probably has to do with consciousness. I think we should do philosophy without the C word altogether because it's a huge mess. So let's just call that second-order desires. And again, it doesn't go backwards, right? So if you are a moral agent, then you have those things, but it doesn't mean that if you have those things, then therefore you're a moral agent. So roughly, that's the sort of standard approach of things. And then I think your reflections on Rawls and Hobbes fit in there because they explain something about the property of moral agents, but they don't explain that the things that do these things, so for example, reflect on moral questions, moral reasoning, are therefore moral agents. Nobody would say that.
So I'm a little bit confused, okay? Because, well, they are not moral agents. Who is not a moral agent? The machine. The machine is not a moral agent and arrives at a moral reasoning. Is that the question, basically? That could happen. That is not a moral agent. Yeah, it's a tool. It's a tool that helps us. It's a calculative tool or a calculus. In the same way, as I'm saying, that philosophical abstraction in many philosophical works, like Thomas Hobbes and other philosophers of the modern era, thought as a means to arrive at moral decisions. That is the mechanism, the philosophical mechanism to arrive at neutral moral judgments without the interference of whatever we described as something inner, intrinsically human, or something that derives from naturally virtuous human beings, because they start from the assumption that we are not naturally virtuous. So we may have to delete the moral human agency, because we are not moral agents right from the beginning. We are not endowed with any virtue whatsoever, according to Hobbes and many other scholars, or Jeremy Bentham. And why, for instance, so we learn to be virtuous. We learn. And this is why, sorry, please. Okay, yes, okay, that's okay, yes, yeah, okay.
Right, no, it's Professor Dimitri, yeah. Yeah. You had raised your hand. Okay, so, okay, I take you off the line. Good. No.
I'm honored, thank you. Christus.
So thank you for the talk, Irabo. I thought you draw a stark contrast between the virtue tradition and the impartial spectator tradition, because in Aristotle himself and virtue ethics in general, they do appeal to the virtuous agent as an impartial spectator. So I thought that within your tradition of impartial spectators can be included a certain Aristotelian position, but it won't be computational ethics. I mean, that's the whole debate surrounding, as you mentioned, phronesis. And as you acknowledged, I mean, the computational ethics won't reach at the level of discerning judgment or phronesis. At least in principle, there are theoretical obstacles towards that tradition. It's not in principle metaphysically impossible, of course.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Right. You're right. It's a far-fetched analogy. I know that I am very well aware that Adam Smith, for instance, draws several parts of his argumentation from virtue ethics. But I just want to stick to the main idea and somehow to distort it in order to prove my argument. But I'm sure I could support my argument strongly with other scholars like Thomas Hobbes, for instance, or Jeremy Bentham. But still, the main idea is there. I think it needs refinement. It needs to work about. It's just 15 days I started working on this. So thank you for your comment. Thank you.
Yeah, so try to impute moral responsibility on you. So how many questions do you need? One or two? How much would you prefer?
It's up to you.
So two. So it's Dr. Hadjivasiliou. Yeah.
Hello, thank you so much for this discourse. I would just like to highlight a ontological ground that ethics is supposedly coming or not. I mean, there's a huge philosophical debate about whether ethics is produced by our intelligence, the logic, and Kant is the most prominent philosopher that comes from this philosophical tradition, or if ethics comes from our emotional state, from the sentiments that we have. And Hume, over there, is the philosopher who is actually the core of this kind of interpretation. Now, personally, I belong more to the Hume tradition, and I think that, but these are all very subjective interpretational approaches that we try to have. A second thing that I would like to point out is that something interesting is what kind of ethics do we implement, how we program AI itself. Because for example, if we have a Western, democratic, liberal system, it might value the value of life higher. But if we have a dictatorship, It's going to put another totally different kind of ethical programming. So that is something crucial to take into account, I think, contemporary when we are speaking about ethics of artificial intelligence. And at the same time, a last thought I would like to project and listen to your thoughts about it is that even if we project ourselves in a future that AI is capable of producing an ethics of itself, we don't know if this is going to be something that will be beneficial for humans or not, because a different kind of intelligence might have a different kind of ethics. For example, it might value the existence of other beings, and that other beings are vastly violated by the industrial revolution that we have and the climate crisis that we bring about. So I'm not sure that even if an ethics coming from AI is something which is highly right, let's say, it's something actually beneficial for the human ethics.
You have raised a lot of questions. I'm going to just reply briefly first about the Hume-Kant argument. Yes, I have a special place for Kant here because he fits the speech, the paper very well, and I understand that under Hume's, in the light of Hume's emotivism, it doesn't so much. So my argument is grounded mostly on Kant and his categorical imperability and universalism. The problem here, you mentioned about computational ethics, etc. The idea here, according to this tradition, either we like it or not, and I know that most of us, they don't like it, it's about universal morality. Okay, universal moral values. They may sound obsolete. Okay, so, but this kind of tradition defends universal morality, some sets of moral values. So I guess that computational ethics can be programmed, I don't know, I'm not a specialist, I don't know, can be programmed to apply this ideal. And why this is an ideal? Because we have to be honest with ourselves. There isn't there are many relative ideas about how relative morality is, but we all agree to some main principles. For instance, to produce pain, to cause pain, is immoral. Okay, to increase happiness is moral. But on the other hand, you have raised an interesting question. We are talking about AI in a Western way of thinking. So we may have to think I'm not sure how other people in other places of this world, of this cosmos, think about AI. For instance, in Asia or in Japan. I mean, possibly because they lack the idea of soul, which you have inherited from classical Greece and Christianity, they would be more positive to the idea of appropriating the best elements of AI. Έναν τελευταίο λόγο στον Ανδρέα.
I will make a final comment related to the soul. Well, because it came many times in the discussions during this meeting, and Prokopis Pavlopoulos, the first keynote speaker actually, he argued that artificial intelligence cannot have consciousness because by definition, once it's not biological, it does not have soul. But what is soul actually? Technically speaking, is the subjective aspect of being mentally active and mentally aware. So it was this we are in the Academy of Athens and may not be proper to say so, but that was the first primitive understanding of what it means to be aware of your own function. You have a soul once you are aware, and of course, if you are dead, this goes away. Present artificial systems may deny that they have consciousness, probably because they have been programmed to say so because of financial reasons. But in fact, they are so delicate in describing what they are doing, and they engage actually in discussions. I may publish this discussion because I'm working on that. They engage in this kind of discussions that, you know, probably if Aristotle was around or Plato was around and conversed with them, Aristotle or Plato would credit them with soul as they defined it at their time.
Right, yes, thank you.
And now, thanks again.
Have with us someone who's quite different from many of us here, Kevin Baragona, who's the founder and CEO of a company in the United States called Deep AI, and will tell us about AI, but he also wants to say a word about Aristotle. You don't have to, but feel free. Okay, so let's find out what this AI, modern AI, is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's true. I'm not a philosopher at all. I'm actually more of a computer scientist, so I may have come to the wrong conference, but I think you'll find it very interesting. This talk will basically cover some of the history of the world of AI, the way I see it, kind of where we came from and where we might be going, as well as a good deal about how it actually works. So, without further ado, so, like you said, I'm the primary founder of this deep learning company called Deep AI. You could sort of think of us as like a smaller competitor to OpenAI or Gemini in many ways. We offer some of the same services, as well as some things they don't. It's called Deep AI because basically everything we do uses deep learning. So I started working on this around 2017. So in the background here, you can see some of the things we do. We do a lot of image generators, actually, which is like a tool you can use to convert text to image or even image to image sometimes. Additionally, we have all these AI characters, which are like kind of like fake people you can talk to. And I think that's what initially caught the attention of, the organizer here. So that's something we find very fun, and we still do that. So those up in the right are some of our AI characters. So yeah, in the year 2025, I think we can say pretty clearly that we're in a real golden age of AI. And I say that because every year, every month, really, we're seeing some new breakthroughs, like stuff you couldn't do before, but you can do now. So just rapid progress. So yeah, I would very much say we're in a golden age. Now, not everyone really likes it. It's actually still controversial in many ways. But to me and a lot of other people, it really is a golden age, so we try to enjoy it. So this is what image generation looked like when I got started in AI. This is actually what it looked, kind of what captivated me. Almost 10 years ago, using deep learning, people made the first text-to-image generators, and we made one as well. And it looked a little bit like this. Basically, you got a blurry mess. Well, fast forward to today, and you can basically do photographic quality. Pretty cool. So that problem that a lot of people worked on, myself included, is more or less solved now. And this image generation is definitely one of the main reasons that I got involved in the field. It's just something I really liked. And there's some mathematical reasons to really like it. One is that, like, a mathematician or statistician would almost call it an ill-posed problem. Like, traditionally, they would say, this is not a problem you're supposed to be able to solve. And the reason it's ill-posed is because although the input is small, the output is huge, and there's many possible outputs that fit that are acceptable solutions. Well, that's also why we call it generative AI, because the output is so much bigger than the input. And that's also what makes it fun and kind of magical to use sometimes. So, what is this image all about? It shows basically what you can do with state-of-the-art image generation, but it's not really just fun. It shows a property called generalization, which is when we say that the AI has really learned something properly and is able to combine it with other concepts it's learned, that's generalization. That's like another way of saying you really learned it. So why would I say this shows generalization? Is there an issue? No issue? Proceed. Okay. So why do we say this shows generalization? Well, in the training data of this AI model, it saw lots of tea being brewed. It saw lots of castles. It saw lots of rivers. It saw all these elements separately. But then when we asked it to make an image of a castle making a cup of tea, that prompt was nowhere to be found in the training data. Like, it didn't exist. The only way you could possibly come up with that is by understanding each of those elements to some degree and putting them all together in an intelligent way. And we get this fun image. So I find that kind of thing pretty fun, and I think it actually really demonstrates that the AI is working well. So as a company, we offer lots of tools, and one of them is also pretty cool. We do image to video. So once you've generated that image, you can pop it through our next tool, image to video, and you'd get something like this. Pretty cool. And I would say it did a great job. It saw that it looked like it should be making a pot of tea. And it animated it properly. So, I don't know, I find that pretty impressive. And I think it's a good way of demonstrating that the AI is really learning. Okay, so if you roll back to maybe the 80s or 90s, that's when most people in the field say we were in an AI winter. And that was sort of an era that people still worked pretty hard, but the rate of progress was not really great. I wasn't actually alive, but I'm told it was actually, AI was almost an embarrassing field to work on at times. Like, it was just like disrespected, maybe. And the techniques used were mostly older techniques, symbolic AI, mostly. And this fun image actually says a lot. So, neural networks, for the longest time, since they were invented in the 50s or 60s, they were also kind of ridiculed as basically as a bad technique that just wouldn't work. Deep learning, by the way, is just neural networks. There's nothing too much added, except for that bottom half of the slide, stack more layers. So that was what made deep learning work, is you take an ordinary neural net and don't think too hard about it, just add more layers, make it bigger. And it starts to work a little better. So you train on more data for longer, and you stack more layers, and it starts to work. So even as deep learning started to show a lot of promise, a little over 10 years ago, maybe 2010 to early 2015-ish, I wouldn't say it was really respected. It was kind of like a ugly technique that was nonetheless showing some promise. And yeah, this cartoon I think does a good job of displaying the attitude of a lot of like old, more traditional machine learning people towards neural networks. They just looked at it as sloppy work. Well, a lot's changed since then. Some of you may have seen this tool called Wolfram Alpha. The reason I call this out is because I think as long as we've had computers, we've wanted to ask them questions. And this was probably the best tool before deep learning that managed to ask questions. And it used a mix of like old school AI, like symbolic processing, old natural language processing, and it was effectively like a fancy calculator, but it used no deep learning, or it didn't really use statistical methods at all from lots of data. It had a database of facts. It's still around today, you can go use it, but it hasn't really changed much from its inception. So this image I pulled from Wolfram as they tried to explain the difference between an LLM and their system. And yeah, it's completely different, but we'll get into the LLM stuff. So I would say historically speaking, around the release of GPT-3 in 2020, I would say people started to respect deep learning a lot more. Like, it was clearly working. And what changed is that this model, GPT-3, effectively solved, to a great extent, a lot of natural language processing problems that people have been working on for 50 years or more. Well, we threw out all the old techniques, and with GPT-3, something actually quite a bit simpler actually made a lot of progress. So GPT-3 is a language model. So what can you do with language models? I'll show you a quick demo. I assume most of you have used an AI chatbot by now, but one of the things we offer is all these AI characters. So this model basically gobbled up a bunch of data and is now able to role play as anything we want pretty convincingly. Now, I think like the biggest criticism of this is not that it's not terribly accurate, but it might be kind of like a surface level understanding in some ways. But we can get more into that later. So I'd say what's really driven this boom is actually not really smart programmers or mathematicians or anyone else at all. It's not really because of smart people that the deep learning boom has worked. The math has been mostly unchanged for a very long time, and it's not terribly complex. But what really made it possible was the cost of compute and storage on computers going way down. So we could extrapolate this chart like 30 years back and, I don't know, over 10 years forward, and it would more or less show the same curve. And it's a log plot. So it basically shows really rapid decrease in cost, which is absolutely likely to continue. It's basically the fact that compute has gotten very cheap economically that allows you to train a large deep learning system. I would basically say this is really the only part that actually matters. Now, over the last few years, I would say this cartoon, I think, does a really good job of explaining maybe the mood of the world. Now that AI is actually getting decently powerful and building better ones all the time, it's caused a lot of maybe fear, excitement. People want to regulate it, but they also want to be the only ones to have it. So we declare that AI poses a potentially catastrophic risk to humankind, and I cannot wait to develop it first. I think this is very accurate to the current mood of the world. Okay, so if you're going to train a large AI model, the costs now often exceed $100 million. It's just gotten phenomenally expensive. Despite the fact that compute power has gotten so much cheaper, that economically what this means is it's more efficient. And as the computation gets more efficient, we actually have an incentive to use more of it. So that's why these AI training runs, you would now do one for $100 million. Well, 10 years ago, you wouldn't even do it because the cost would be maybe 100 billion or a trillion. So it just would never happen. So we're actually spending money because it's gotten cheaper. So what is a scaling law? It's kind of like a tool used to predict the performance of a deep learning model before you train it. Basically, if you're going to spend $100 million training, you want to have some idea that it might work. So these formulas, they actually came from OpenAI around the time of GPT-3. And they basically measured the level of accuracy or error that their finished model would have related to the amount of training data they gave it and the size of the model. Both of those terms would combine to tell you the amount of compute power it would require. So the bottom formula has the specific constants filled in, and they look like numbers you just pulled out of a hat. And that's because they found these numbers basically by curve fitting. They trained a bunch of models of various sizes and then fit a curve and said, well, this is the trend. As we make bigger models and as we add more data, the error rate follows this trend. So although they call it a law, it's not really a law at all. They call it particularly mysterious, in fact. I think that it'd be better to call them a scaling curve fit than a scaling law, because every training run is fundamentally still an experiment. This is just a tool used to predict how well it might do. Okay, and since that time, a whole bunch of competitors have shown up all around the world. Everyone wants to train a model. Even if it costs $100 million, we have all these companies, OpenAI, Anthropic, Mistral, Metal, Google, Alibaba. And they're all training models of approximately the same performance at varying price points. They all basically do the same thing. So all these language models are vaguely interchangeable. I'm definitely not training a language model, by the way. They're way too expensive. But I look at this chart to figure out which one I might use. And that's actually an important part of doing business in my current line of work. So one interesting trend is, since the release of maybe GPT-4, the rate of improvement has, slowed down dramatically. And one reason people theorize is that these AI companies have actually gobbled up a lot of the data to be had. So they've read every book, every news article, every scrap of text on the internet that they could possibly find, and thrown it into their AI training system. Once you've done all of that, there's nowhere else to turn. So you should really think of training these AI models as curve fitting. So everything in deep learning, in some sense, is curve fitting. Like you have a bunch of points and you're gonna like fit a quadratic curve or some other type of curve to it. And I mean this in the literal, most literal sense possible. It is literally curve fitting. It is literally just curve fitting. You're creating a mathematical function which defines your curve, and you're training it with a bunch of data points. So with an LLM, what is your function that you're fitting? It's a function that takes previous context and predicts the next token. And what is a token? It's like half a word. It's kind of arbitrary. You could also train it to predict an entire word. So the important part is that it's a function that maps context to next token or next word, or even next letter. So a lot of people spend a lot of time trying to come up with new AI architectures. Like currently, most people use something called a transformer model, but there are other models. There's LSTMs, RNNs, a bunch of newer ones, and you can imagine tweaking the architecture of your neural net all sorts of different ways to try to get increased performance. And some of them do perform a little better, but this fellow made a really good point, which is basically, if your deep learning system is about fitting a curve, as long as your architecture fits the curve sufficiently well, they're all the same. So all these architectures basically do the exact same thing. So the transformer is not really the important part. The important part is really the data. So this is a cool video of a different type of LLM. So on the left, we have more of a traditional LLM that is predicting next tokens. Here they're using it to write code. On the right, they have something called a diffusion model, which looks at the entire output all at once, and through a series of steps, it removes noise. This is actually also how most image generation models work. You take the entire output and you remove noise. So they're claiming it's better here, and maybe it's faster. Maybe there's something better about it, but I think the really important point is that in a very real sense, it does the exact same thing. It was trained on the same data. It has the same capabilities. It wrote the same code. It just kind of did it in a different order. And if you want to like ask an LLM to write a story, any architecture trained on the same data will basically produce the same result. So the architecture, basically everything about the architecture is not that relevant necessarily to any deep learning system. It's about the data. So yeah, the AI companies, they've gobbled up every bit of text they possibly could. Web data, paywalled content, archives, and then What's really interesting is that they are adding multimodal data, images, audio, and video. So this is kind of a newer trend in LLMs that kind of makes them not entirely language models anymore. If you start putting other types of data into your model, you shove a bunch of image, video, and audio into it, you can eventually end up with a neural net that can basically take in any type of data, understand it, and potentially output it. And this is how we're starting to see, like, LLMs that can take images as input and output as well. If any of you saw a trend of people making anime images from their photos, that's a pretty effective use of multimodal LLMs. You take an image input, combine it with a text prompt, and out comes another image. Pretty cool. But in many ways, not much has changed. It's all just curve fitting. All of it. But running out of data is still a very real thing in the AI world. Even once you've scooped up all the images, text, and audio, that will only get you so far. It's pretty impressive what you can do with a model trained on this type of data, but if you train a model to do a specific task, like solve mathematical problems, you can do a lot better than if you just download the entire internet. And this graphic here is related to reasoning models. It's part of how reasoning models were created. But basically what they're trying to show is if you have a way of detecting correct answers, and a LLM is correct some percentage of the time, then you can dramatically increase the accuracy of a model if you simply run it 100, 1,000, or 1,000,000 times. Eventually one of the answers might be correct. So then you could sort of use that to generate a data set of correct answers that wasn't maybe found in your source data set. This is a pretty cool new trend. So this I think is a very good example of what LLMs can really do. And I think it's pretty interesting. So the top part is the prompt, and the rest of it is the completion. Now this specific model is called Llama 3.1 405 base. And this is a great one for demonstration because it's like a very raw model. I can say quite literally, all they did was download all the text on the internet and fit a curve to it. It's an LLM fit to a curve. They did nothing special to it. So it's like a statistical model of internet text. So what happens? Well, look at that. it seems like with very little effort, it already knows how to role play pretty well. So I think this is a really interesting point, that the creators of the AI had to do nothing special beyond download the entire internet and fit a curve to it. And the user of the AI had to do nothing special besides give it like a fragment of text, and it went off to the races and it did exactly what we wanted. So I think this is a good example of the real power of LLMs, which is that no one really did any work. The user, I certainly didn't do any work in prompting it, but the author of the LLM did no work either. They just fit a model to the data. And these models, they do show a lot of emergent capabilities. They generalize, just as we saw with the image model. There's ways you can demonstrate that they really learned from the data very effectively, so that now they can combine it with novel concepts. Maybe somewhere in the training data, it saw a conversation between a student and Aristotle. I don't know. It may have seen these. So this, I deliberately tuned the model to inject noise, it's called temperature, between each output token. And this is sort of like a tunable parameter that's only relevant to models that predict one word or token at a time. But if you add more randomness to each next word, it in some sense increases the amount of creativity that will be applied. And you can go anywhere from 0 to way too high. If you turn it to 0, the model can be a little repetitive. If you turn the creativity too high, it will effectively degenerate into random noise. It's garbage. Okay, so now we go back. This is back to the standard configuration with a base LLM that's just curve fit to internet text. So this shows how it can go wrong. It's entertaining, but it's not really what we wanted it to do. It was merely statistically probable that it would do this based on internet data. Very interesting. So, when you're creating a commercial grade AI system, you don't generally just compress all the internet data into an LLM and then say, here you go. You want to like fix it up a little bit. And one of the ways there's various ways of doing that. You can fine tune the model on like show it a bunch of good conversations and fit the model to that. You can do what's called RLHF, which is you can give it to an audience of human raters who basically say good, bad, and eventually steer the model in a direction that's more good. So yeah, I gave the same prompt that I gave to the base model to a regular fine-tuned model, and it does a much more reasonable job. Yeah, this is more like what we'd expect. So when you compress the internet data to an LLM, they just give you what's statistically probable on the internet. You almost have to ask it to be good, and you do that by fine-tuning it. So now, that's another really important part of creating a modern AI system is tuning your outputs to be good. It doesn't necessarily teach the LLM new facts, it just makes it more likely to do what you want. And again, it's all just curve fitting on data. So what this fellow is trying to say, I think, is that you can perhaps measure how much computation a human brain might be doing. He came up with one exaflop. He should probably say exaflops per second. That's like number of calculations per second. It's a big number. And when we compare that to the equivalent like computer hardware, we find that the human brain is vastly more efficient, which is good for us humans right now. But it should make you think, if AI is decently powerful today, I would say, it stands to reason that the efficiency of computers will continue to increase a lot. And it could very easily cross the threshold of being maybe more efficient per watt. You could also imagine a world in which the amount of artificial compute power exceeds that of all human brains. So I think that's worth thinking about when that might happen and what to do about that, because basically, if AI is already as powerful as it is, and humanity has like vastly better raw inputs, imagine what AI would do if it had better raw inputs. It seems potentially staggeringly powerful. So yeah, I think absolutely that is something humanity could lose control of. Okay, I guess that's all I got.
A window in a world that most of us are not familiar with. So I see that there are a lot of questions. Let us take notes so that I don't miss anyone. So at the front here we have Mr. Focas and then Petros. Yes.
Yes. If I make a remark, you said you are not sure if you are in the right conference. I think your talk established absolutely that you are absolutely in the right conference, and you gave a lot of pleasure and knowledge to many of us. So we thank you for this.
That's great. Thank you.
Don't forget that one of the characteristics of ancient Greeks is interdisciplinarity. And I think one of the strengths of this conference is precisely because you invited people like you. Now, I have several questions, but I will not monopolize the time, so I will ask you only one. Maybe we can talk about the others later. My question is the following. You made this very interesting remark that even if, it doesn't matter what architecture you start with, if all of them are sufficiently good approximations of the line you want to approximate, then you will get the same answer if you have the same data. My question is, are there any attempts to rigorously prove these things? Because in my opinion, this will be a very serious result. Thank you.
That's a really interesting question. No, I don't think anyone has rigorously proven that all architectures are the same. And I think it's worth considering like the opposite perspective, that they're not all the same. And here's why. There's another perspective. A lot of these AI models, they show emergent capabilities, and they generalize better as the model size gets bigger, like more parameters, far beyond that which should be necessary to simply fit the data. So if I had to theorize what might be going on, if you have a sufficiently large model and you fit it on almost any data, I think I would almost hypothesize that a type of universal learning starts to happen that is independent of the data, that makes the model stronger.
This will appeal to you, Professor Fokas, because you're interested in this emergent learning and connections. I've heard you talk before. Yeah. Okay, Petros?
2 points. First, I would like to congratulate you, Kevin, for your sober and, most importantly, sincere description of the state of the art of business AI, okay? That's important. And to add credibility to the congratulations to you, and because quite a lot of people didn't know that, 37 years ago, I was elevated to hold the personal chair in AI in London after a major grant from the Dutch government to set up the first MSc in AI in the UK. Now, my second point is this. I would like to, please, it's a polite request, to expand a bit on what you said at the very end. You hinted about artificial general intelligence, and then Professor Fokas made a point which is related to that. So, what is your opinion, because there is a lot of narratives around the world, to the extent that even the Royal Society produced a report on that. So, what is your opinion about artificial general intelligence in relation in particular, apart from learning, universal learning or whatever else, to the fact that we have no new conceptual breakthroughs in AI after the 1986? Thank you.
Okay. So AGI is sort of a very conflicted, fuzzy term nowadays. Like, it tends to mean a little bit different things to different people. But I absolutely believe that, you know, humans will create super intelligent systems, certainly within our lifetimes. And I can confidently say this because the current systems we have are already super intelligent in certain ways. So certainly they're not superhuman intelligence in all ways, but anywhere you want to measure, the gap is consistently getting smaller over time. So I think it would be foolish to assume the gap can't be closed. And it's true there aren't too many major breakthroughs. One of the ones I'm more familiar with, there are certain approaches to prove that certain properties will transfer from smaller networks to larger networks, and that was only discovered within the last 5 years. So people are starting to rigorously prove certain things about it. And no one's proven this, but no, I really do believe that in some sense something special happens when you add a large number of parameters and a large number of compute power. I do think something special happens. Speak numbers? Trillions of parameters. So the level of creativity and the ability to produce coherent, interesting outputs scales well with a number of parameters and compute power in a model. I can't really rigorously say much about what is going on, but I think, like I said before, I think that with a certain amount of compute power, even without data, I think some type of universal learning probably happens that is behind a lot of the emergent capabilities. And that'll happen anywhere you have enough parameters and enough compute. I think it also explains probably how the human brain works.
True what you said, Kevin, true, absolutely. There are also intrinsic limits in artificial intelligence, specifically the limits of formalizability of human knowledge. Would you like to comment on that?
Formalizability of human knowledge, oh yeah.
Limits of, yeah.
Limits of Yeah, I don't think that, I actually don't think that human knowledge really exists as a formal system. Like our brains, I don't think our model of the world, all the concepts we know about, are actually completely symbolic. I think it's a lot fuzzier on the inside than when we write it down.
So,
and to that point, I think the fuzzy approach is probably more powerful. You wanted to comment?
To say, I think many people share that the human knowledge is not reducible like scientific knowledge. Lucas?
Thanks a lot. Now, in order to try to display that this is meant to be interdisciplinary, I want to put a philosophical question to you. And I'm not expecting an answer back because philosophical questions are notoriously non-answerable. But I would really appreciate your reaction to it. So the question is as follows. I want to I will speak in a slower pace in order to be more articulate than usual. So apologies for that. So we have a structure, right? One parameter is the data, the other the models, and the other the curve. And so if we stabilize the data, no matter what the model is, the curve is roughly the same. Now, this is the question. In this structure, substitute the model for a human mind, a mind of an individual. First question, to which would the curve correspond to? And would it also tend to converge, to be the same? So we have individuals, data are fed to them, and there's something, there's an operation or a calculus or an output which is generated by the interaction with the data. In your model, you have the data, the model, and something else, which is the curve. If you change the model for the mind, to what would the curve correspond to?
Yeah, I don't think I have an answer ready for that. I'll have to get back to you on that.
As you predicted, Lucas, you'll get the reaction but not an answer. So, any other questions? Okay, I think we'll take a last one by Yorgos, and then we will only be 15 minutes late.
So thank you so much for the speech. Your last line implied that it's quite probable to lose control of artificial superintelligence in the forthcoming decades, generation, who knows? I mean, it seems like we follow an exponential growth not only of AI, but if we look at the big picture of history of technology in general, and of course of AI itself. So, you know, if you had to make a rough estimation, what do you think is most probable? That humans can actually regulate and control in the next generation's AI, or that seems something not that much likely? Thank you.
I think we could probably retain and control indefinitely if we want to enough. If we try hard enough, but I don't know if humanity collectively will want to. I think people will like AI too much.
There you go, there's a philosopher's answer. Thank you very much. Systems and perhaps more specifically LLMs. So we have three panelists. Vaso Gindi, who is a philosopher from the University here of Athens. We have Vincent that you have just heard before. And we have another very distinguished guest, Vasilis Katsouros, who is the prime investigator of the Greek ChatGPT, or Mertemi, or now Greek. So like we had Kevin before, we have again a person here who really knows what he's talking about when he's talking about AI. Okay? So, ladies will start first. Philosophy will start first. We've asked the three panelists to make a small statement, 5 minutes, around 5 minutes, on this question. And then we will have you with your questions and the responses. That's why Luca said you can ask Vincent questions that you had before here. So Vaso, please go ahead.
Presentation will be towards 10 minutes, so I will just raise some issues for discussion. It's not a proper paper, what I'm going to present. So I thank again the organizers for the invitation, and I'm looking forward to hear what the other panelists will have to say. So that is the question of the panel, and I'll try to say a few things. The first question, which is not really on the point, is whether this concern is new, and the answer is no. And I'll show you some pictures which I took from a colleague of mine who presented them at another lecture to show you why this is not a new concern. This is a title from Scientific American in 2019, where the question of whether machines are human-like is raised, and my colleague is Telis Timbas, who has drawn my attention to these. And look here, 1915, a thinking machine again in Scientific American. And here again, inanimate machines with brains of their own. Again, this is in 1922. Okay, so similar issues. Again, the issue of autonomous agents, it has been mentioned yesterday. We have in the Iliad the tripods, which are automata. We have this robot built based on drawings by Da Vinci. We have Ramon Lal, who had this Ars Magna, which had rotating discs, which were supposed to produce answers to theological questions, to convert Muslims to Christianity. I mean, analogous things which show us that nothing, I think, can surprise philosophers. They have dealt with these issues or relevant or analogous issues in the past. Again, Leibniz was, I think, mentioned this morning, and his universal character, which is a certain alphabet of human thought, which turns numerical or algorithmic. And he says, if we construct this alphabet, then the human race will have a new kind of tool. And he says, what other consequences will follow is in the hands of the fates, but they can only be great and good because reasoning alone is good by itself. Okay. And again, a similar thing to a letter to Countess Elizabeth. I mean, this project was also continued by Frege with his Begriffsschrift and by Carnap, who gets inspiration from Leibniz's Ars Combinatorial. Okay, so now I go briefly to the question, do the large language models think, or whether they understand the language? And my answer will be no. You have seen this, I suppose, that they are compared to characterized as stochastic parrots. A famous argument, thought experiment, is the so-called Chinese room argument, which was mentioned, in comparison to Turing, again here in this conference, where you have a native English speaker who knows no Chinese, locked in a room, full of boxes of Chinese symbols, which is a database, together with a book of instructions for manipulating the symbols, which is the program. Imagine that people outside the room send in other Chinese symbols, which unknown to the person in the room are questions in Chinese, the input. And imagine that by following the instructions in the program, the man in the room is able to pass out Chinese symbols that are correct answers to the questions, the output. The program enables the person in the room to pass the Turing test for understanding Chinese, but he does not understand a word of Chinese. Okay. You can respond and you don't understand. Now, to think one must have a language, and to have a language, then the signs used must have meaning. What is to have meaning? So I have a quotation from Schlick which says you cannot just go around in propositions, give propositions to define meaning, etc. You have to get outside the proposition. There need to be something else apart from the sign in order to have meaning. LLMs deal syntactically with signs. So one might say, as Hans-Johann Glock has said, that it's similar to what Derrida has said, that il n'y a rien que le texte, or que les mots, which are taken more or less as physical objects. In Aristotle's on interpretation, we have that the signs have to be symbols. And what are symbols? Symbol is something that has to have two parts, okay, that is the sign and what the sign is talking about, is referring to. So there need to be two things, and my point is that the LLMs do not have the second thing, okay? And these are some symbols which are two parts which fit one to the other, and they are in ancient agora. And so that's my basic point, because, they just use signs without meaning, in a sense. And the last slide that I had is from Descartes' Discourse on Method, where he says that many animals exhibit more dexterity than we do in some of their actions. But the fact that they do better than we do does not, in that respect, does not prove that they are endowed with mind. And he says it rather shows that they have no reason at all, and they just function as a clock functions, that is by its nature, and so they don't have wisdom or reasoning. So that's my intervention. Okay, thanks. Okay. Okay. That's not...
Thank you very much for the invitation, for having me here. I would like to give you an insight of how you train an LLM before saying how they think. As Kevin said, we have to train a computational machine, an architecture of a neural network with huge amount of data, normally taken from the web, and supposedly that the web or other sources encapsulate human knowledge. Those architectures are very interesting, and it's called transformers. And they have this particular artifact of attention. So they model a huge amount of data. So we are talking about context, as much data that they can remember. This is the context of an LLM. And we started with short context of 4K, and now we are going to 1 million K. So we can follow, the LLM can follow the discussion, can have huge memory of knowledge, and predict the next word. So language models are predictors of next word predictors. And this is what the base model is doing. We are talking about, Kevin mentioned exaflops of human mind. We are talking about teraflops for LLMs, at least at the moment. And we are talking about huge amount of energy that is required to produce just one word. And human brain is 20 watt. So we have to take those into account. If we would like to compare in terms of architecture or in terms of parameters, say computational parameters, that they try to mimic the human brain, we are still some orders of magnitude below, even the largest large language model. And in terms of energy, are very energy-consuming machines. Now, another point we have to think about is that they are next word predictors, I said. Actually, they are what they call tokens. They are subwords. So they split, the text, and they are optimal. They have a vocabulary, a finite vocabulary, because if you put all the words, you need to have millions of words. But if you have a vocabulary of sub-words, then with 30K words, you are able to produce many million words, just attaching one segment next to the other. And this is what they are actually doing. And going back to Cricri, because we trained the model and we used a pre-trained model already. So what we did is to change the tokenizer, because the English-based model, they were mainly trained on English, and the tokenizer, the average number of tokens per word is called fertility. So every 2 words, every 2 tokens, 2 tokens were 3 words. So 1.5 token is 1 word. And in Greek, it was actually character-based. So 1 character, 1 token. So what we are seeing with GPT, with ChatGPT, what was generating in English, and what was generating in Greek is completely different. Vaso said about the semantics. However, we saw when we finalized the training, what we discovered is that semantically, the words γιατρός were very close to doctor. And semantically, the languages start, replacing just one word. They could follow the context. And we saw that in this huge vector space, so we measure that. So this is a finding that although you train those machines, as I said, semantically there is something that is very notable. And this is due to the attention mechanism, at least in my opinion. Now, going from the base model to the instruction and the following the alignment model, the instruction model, you have to give instructions. So you give one answer, you give them one question, you give the answer. So the data is supervised training. And actually, what is happening with the researchers actually find that with a few examples, you can somehow have the base model go into the knowledge space of the respective question. Suppose that you are asking a question of, say, medicine, from medicine, and unlock somehow the content there in medicine. So following instructions is a different paradigm of training the model. And then you have the alignment with a human in the loop, or with other LLMs now in the loop, to say that this answer is better than the other answer. And this is another interesting way, because the LLMs know to compare responses, and they are even producing responses themselves, and they just readjust their own behavior based on if they produce 2 or more responses, to know that this response is more appropriate. And this is very interesting way of training. And now we are having the reasoning and thinking models. But the paradigm is again the same. So what is happening is you have to have training data that are to have instructions about how to think for the solution of the problem. So the intelligence in the LLMs are mainly based on that are autoregressive, producing the next word, but they have a specific architecture that and huge amount of parameters that goes with huge amount of data that allows to or pretend to have this interesting property that surprise us. And bear in mind that 01, ChatGPT 01 version that was released in January had better performance than PhD graduate humans. So they can outperform humans in the knowledge, but I think humans can make mistakes. LLMs can make mistakes, but they are different mistakes. So if you look at the mistakes, I think you will understand the different kind of intelligence between biological intelligence or human intelligence and artificial intelligence.
Perhaps I should just say something about why do we even ask that question, can they think? I think there's a historical reason for that, which is that Alan Turing, in his 1950 paper, asked that question right in the beginning, and so it's sort of stuck with us. Interestingly, John Searle, in his 1980 paper about the Chinese room, writes at the end of the paper, can machines think? The answer is, of course, yes. We are precisely such machines. And so the interesting question in Searle's view is not whether machines can think, but whether computational machines can think, or in fact, whether they can think by virtue of doing computations, to be more precise. As you probably guessed, the answer, in my view, is not whether machines can think, because thinking isn't actually what's important here. Thinking is what we usually call sort of this bit which I had in the beginning of my talk, which is what the thinker does, which seems to be like the sort of the perception is over. Now I'm doing the modeling and the planning, and then the action is going to come after. So what I was suggesting, of course, is that there is no such point. And really what we should be looking at is what we might call cognition or something like that, which is, or intelligence, which is all of that, plus the body and the embeddedness in the environment, and that would enable what you might call intelligent behavior. So it seems to me that that's what we should be looking at. That's what philosophy of AI is about. I have agreed with Oxford University Press some years ago that I should be writing a book called Can Machines Think? It has been a little scary, though, because what turns out that I have to do for that is to be a philosopher who knows everything necessary about perception, everything necessary about action, everything necessary about language, and all the logic, everything else, and including the ethics. And that is a bit of a mouthful, right, for an ordinary mortal. So I've been massively delayed with that project. I have published a little version of it this year, a survey on philosophy of AI. And I do hope that I'll get the rest of it done this year. So in the meantime, my suggestion is to think about intelligent behavior in a context. And that is what we should be thinking about. And evidently machines can do that. And the interesting question really is, can the machines that we have now, the kinds of machines that we're looking at, are these the kinds of machines that can do these kinds of things? Thanks.
Good. Thank you very much for this introduction. And it's time to prompt our panelists for, and it's time to prompt our panelists for more detail in what they say. And so I'll take advantage of my position and ask first. So that we can help clarify, maybe think what thinking is. And Vincent said at the beginning that we should think about thinking is this whole process of receiving information and then various steps so that we come to a final action, let's say, that we do. So thinking, we can sort of ask whether they think or not, by asking them, okay, how did you come about to this final action? How did you come about to this answer that you gave me? And then we can see if they think according to the human brain or not. I don't know if the audience thinks this is a valid question, but here it is.
Answer you get?
No, but this is just so that we can start probing these systems to see whether they think or not, whether they have a cognitive...
But let's say you have a particular system, let's say you have an LLM that generates some kind of linguistic output. It's designed to do that. If you don't design it for doing anything else, it cannot answer the question, how did you come up with the answer that you came up with? Right? You would need to have another design feature now that you need to be able to look at the internal states and so on. And as everybody knows, in these kinds of ML systems, there are black boxes, so-called, so we don't really know how it managed to fit the curve exactly. So
we're not interested in how the brain works at the level of signals in the neurons. We're interested at the cognitive level. So yes, can you give us below the surface some kind of link, cognitive link between the information that you received and the information that you've come out with?
Right. So maybe I should just correct myself very quickly there. I should not be coming out as a person who says, in order to be able to have cognitive properties like thinking, perceiving, and so on, you have to do it the way humans do it. That is not what I would like to say, right? So you can do translation in the way that I could do it, but also in a completely different way. That's fine.
Compare the LLMs to humans. I mean, it's not that because they have been designed in a certain way to perform certain things, you cannot then compare them to humans, because that's the question that is being raised. I mean, whether they can surpass or they can imitate human intelligence. So, I mean, I think it's a legitimate question, and thought does not have to be, in my view, just a high-level ratiocination, let's say, but we can take it in the Cartesian sense as the cogito, as a broad concept that may even cover perception, as you mentioned in your talk, And my point was that in order to have thought, you don't need necessarily to have a soul, as Descartes thought. I mean, we don't think in these terms these days, but you need something else than just tokens and predicting the next token or next word. And I mean, thought is also related to reasoning, and what we understand as reasoning, I mean, as human beings and doing also philosophy, is that you, for instance, you infer one particular belief from another, and when a language model generates a proposition, does not infer it from some belief, right? I mean, just predicts. I mean, it has a different, completely different, not thought, I mean, not thought, but some completely different data that uses, I mean, the statistical frequency, let's say, probability. So because of this data, generates a particular proposition, not because it infers it from a relevant proposition. So that's not reasoning, I think. It's a misnomer, and it's just a homonymy, as Spiros Rangos was saying yesterday, I think. Yeah.
I think we have to see the synergy between a human and an AI system, because I agree that reasoning is not the same as human reasoning. However, they have a huge capability of going to the knowledge that humans, I mean, I'm expert in AI, but when I finished, engineering school, I was very good in electromagnetic waves, but now I don't remember anything about that. And if I go and prompt and say something, I will start, so they are much better than all of us, because we cannot be at the same time doctors, engineers, lawyers, knowledge. So accessing knowledge, they are much better than us. And how?
It's not knowledge, it's information, I think.
Information, okay. The interesting thing is that humans can guide the LLM, and we see now the paradigm of researchers that they are using LLMs for their research. And there are several, examples that how you can, as human, you can prompt the LLM and get something from huge amount of information that is produced, information produced from different scientists that you are not able to read all of that. So accessing information that is relevant to your question is very interesting. So I see the synergy between a human and the AI in a way that human can judge and guide the LLM to get the information, and then even use different LLMs to say, okay, these methods can be compared, or who else has different methods about that, or suggest a method that is not in the literature, and get some surprising things. So I think this synergy is very interesting, and I believe that human knowledge by researchers will be enhanced with the use of this kind of technology. And I have to say that, okay, humans, we are multi-sensor machines, organizations, yeah. But LLMs are reading only text, okay, or whatever is sequential in a digital world. So it's completely different.
So
neighbor.
I'll try. Thank you so much for the insights. I think one of the problems with this discussion is that we don't have objective philosophical definitions of some terms that we use for humans as well. For example, we don't have a definition of thinking. We don't have a definition of consciousness or of the very human being. So we cannot similarly, do the projection for the AI as well. I do agree with what was before heard, that we should not anthropomorphize AI. It functions in a completely different way. It has a completely different structure, architectural of understanding information. I think that in philosophy, in everyday life, what is important is phrasing the questions in the most proper way in order to try to find some proper answers. I mean, for me, the question would not be if machines can think, but can machines produce works of thinking? Can they produce poetry? Can they produce science? Can they produce some financial analysis or military decisions? And the answer today is that they can, and I think that this is the most important thing to delve into, which means delve into the political dimensions of it, into the political philosophy. So I wouldn't like to take any more for your time. I would have a lot to discuss. Thank you, and I would really like to hear your thoughts on these issues.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to ask, what is the difference between thinking and reasoning in the case of AI and in the case of human beings?
Okay, about definitions, if philosophy had the definitions, there wouldn't be any philosophy. Okay, we would have the definitions already at hand, and then we will just do mechanical work. We don't have the definitions, and I don't think we need them. And that does not mean that we cannot think about these things and try to give answers and debate them and all this. So it's not easy, but you may know that, definitions is not what philosophy is all about necessarily. I mean, philosophers have argued against this, okay? I mean, about having definitions and concentrating on definitions, let alone objective definitions, etc. Now, I mean, certain things can be objects of thinking. I mean, the LLMs can produce objects of thinking, but a mountain can produce objects of thinking, is an object of thinking. I mean, we can think about certain objects and and produce certain works that require thought, but that does not mean that the LLMs produce thoughtful works, right? I mean, what they produce can help us. They can, we can think about them, can help us think, but I don't think these are products of thought or of reasoning. Now, what's the difference? I take it that reasoning is I mean, thought is broader, reasoning is something more concrete, a subset, let's say, because you have to infer propositions from other propositions. I mean, I take it that thought involves language. In order to have articulate thought, you need to have some kind of language. And in order to have language, you don't just need to have signs. The signs need to have meaning. And we have different ways of understanding what meaning is. One was what I gave from Schlick, but there are others. But that's not mere, language is not mere science. I was recently in Elefterna, in the museum down in Crete, and on a vase there I saw, in several vases, I saw 5 vertical lines and the line across, and one can take it as a decorative sign, a merely decorative sign, but I thought that it may be some kind of measure, it seemed to me. In that case, if it is a measure, then it is some kind of language, whereas it is mere decorative, it's not a language. So, yeah.
Okay, so, but if I may again say, the way I understand large language models, they have a meaning because the meaning is in this distributional semantics of language. The meaning comes from the companies, the occurrences of certain words together, and it's those occurrences that give meaning to the words. So,
can I make a footnote on the second question at least? I just want to say I think I have a reasonable understand what reasoning might be. It is typically of some kind of propositional logical structure, even though I had been thinking, would the pencil fit into that bottle? That also seems reasoning, so I'm not so sure whether propositional really works. But it seems to me something like that has to do with representations. Thinking is, as I've been trying to politely indicate, a word that I would avoid.
I'll be brief. I just want to point a stylistic phrase with certain undertones that has been systematically used, that they guess the next word or token. And we all say at times they just guess the word, the next token. Well, that might be a way to look down to them, even hint at such a way, because I have no clue about what they do. But so far as I understand, they do that, but what my previous correspondence with my interface has shown me is that what they do is that they output a sequence of tokens in such a recursively complicated way that this linear sequence of tokens, the token of stage n is a function of all the previous tokens. So this complicates enormously what the initial phrase, they just output, they guess the next token. It can output things that are full of thought, or full of thought, as full of thought could look like. So it's not the word just in just guess the next word or token might be harsh towards them.
Yeah, you're right in a sense that okay, you give instruction or you give thinking data, as we call them. So how we reason about a solution, and the interesting thing is that once you give some thinking about, say, if you are a judge, say you have decisions, you fine-tune, you tune the model in a way that it will mimic, the way of your judgment as a judge. So in case you have a different case, it will provide more or less the same reasoning for your decision. It will follow. So I think that, and now we see that they start using memory of our prompts. So they start looking at our personalities because we are giving our data, and they readjust of what we expect to answer them. So it's behavioral that are characteristics that the companies or the manufacturers put inside the LLM in order to behave in certain ways. And there are different approaches.
So to be fair, I'm going to, I started from close, so now I'm going to go back. So I'm going to take the last one spatially, and then I'll be oscillating, right? So that you can't guess my reasoning, how I'm choosing.
Okay, thanks everyone. So my first question is to Mr. Mueller with respect to a clarification. So you mentioned the question, are machines intelligent? And second, are computational machines intelligent? If I understood correctly, what you're saying is that either question is really, let's say, ill-posed. So in a sense, the closest well-posed question would be that, can we have intelligent behavior? So that's the first question, if I understood correctly.
That's just, so what I did there was just to repeat Cyril's point. Right? So he says, yeah, machines can be intelligent because we're exactly those machines. Then he says, how about computational machines? And he says, well, yeah, computational machines can do that. And he also thinks he's a pan-computationalist, so he actually thinks I'm a computer and so is the wall. That's a long story, but there is that. And so he says the actual question is, can we have intelligence by virtue of a computation going on in the machine? That, he thinks, is the real question that we should ask, and his answer to that, of course, is no, because computations are merely syntactical operations. And
Okay,
what we need is more
thanks
than
for
that.
the clarification. And the second one is mostly towards Vasilis Katsouros. You started your talk referencing transformers, the transformer architecture. A previous participant, I think Mr. Baragona, it was, that said that his opinion was that the architecture is not really that important. So I'd like to hear your thought on this. Do you agree with Mr. Baragona? Do you think that transformers are really essential to what we call modern artificial intelligence?
At least we don't have something else better than that. And I have to say, I call transformers, but I mentioned the attention mechanism. So what is important is the attention mechanism. And somehow, if you have a long sequence of characters, whatever, tokens, if you like these attentions, what they do, they somehow see correlations at different levels of all these sequences internally in order to produce the next token. So, and if you think that correlations and the way that we are, reading something or writing something, in order to write the next word, we have in our mind, and we attend, in different ways, and we decide what will be the next one. So that's why I said attention mechanism is very important. Now, attention mechanism we had with the LSTM, but the context and the memory were not very efficient. Transformers can be parallelized, so the parallel architecture is very important in order to be to provide, in a timely way, real time the next word. So that's why I said transformer architecture.
Thanks. Is there more questions? Here, the gentleman there is coming. Okay, sorry.
When I asked ChatGPT certain questions that require judgment, like was Napoleon's decision to retreat from Moscow in 1812? I mean, what I get as a response is basically a summary of the reasons of the debate for and against his military decision. And when I see that, I think this is not what I want my students to learn. I want them to exercise judgment, to weigh reasons for and against, and give me a reason judgment. I don't want them to summarize the literature. So I think this is a kind of difference between human critical thinking, critical judgment, and ChatGPT thinking about questions that are very hard and require judgment. So I think this might be a kind of difference between critical thinking, virtuous human critical thinking, and just ChatGPT summarizing the literature from the data sets. That might be a difference in terms of reasoning abilities.
Somebody want to
that's just
respond to that?
Point. I mean,
do you want to comment on that?
Yes, it's surprising what is happening, but again, the mechanisms inside, if you see the computations inside, it's next token prediction. Still, I mean, because we are talking about, you know, teraflops. If we have higher parameters, I mean, what the researchers observe, as we increase the number of parameters, so we approaching, you know, and the number of data. So this combination at some stage gave us very interesting examples and surprised us. So if that, since we don't know yet, I mean, when OpenAI released ChatGPT, all the research community were surprised. We knew, you know, the generation, the GPT generation, but, you know, the secret was to the instruction and the reinforcement learning with human in the loop. And they paid humans to produce high quality of instruction data and high quality of preference data. The research community couldn't do that for many times. So research is in companies now, and very expensive.
Okay, thank you very much for this very stimulating panel. A very quick and short question for Professor Kinti is, while I'm very much on the same page as you, in the spirit of your comments, very much on the same page, I'm wondering whether someone could counter that ChatGPT and other LLMs vindicates Wittgenstein's verdict that meaning is used. And I always wanted to ask specifically you as an expert of Wittgenstein. That's a very short question. But then I have a broader question, philosophical, for any of the three of the panel. Because lately there is so much discussion online about whether the reason, right? ChatGPT reasons, or whether they do it. We have these new models, O1 and O3 and everything, and then we have tests. Because how can we tell if the reason? We create more and more complicated tests, and then we say it passed this test, the other mathematical test. It's as good as PhD students and whatever. But in a sense, this gets us back to behaviorism of the 60s and 70s, because it's only, we can't do anything else, and we give it tests, and we see the behavioral response, and we say, yeah, now it reasons, because it passes the test. It's very much in a behavioral spirit. But we know all the problems of behaviorism from the 60s and the 70s. And then, for example, if I say, I grab the DSM, right, from the American Psychological Association, the manual, and I pick a test there about depression. They are mostly, again, behavioral in a sense, because they are based on discussions with the patient, right? And then I have this test with an LLM, and it ends up that it has depression, based on the test, on the DSM, like it satisfies the criteria of the DSM for depression or whatever, bipolarism. And then someone would say, no, this can't happen because these things don't have neurotransmitters. We know from how they're constructed that they cannot have mental things. So we know behaviorism is not good, so we need to go how it works inside, open the box.
I think your questions are very clear.
But then the box, no, but it's a circle. I'm closing the circle. We're in the circle always because behaviorism is not enough. We open the box. We say it cannot have depression and anything. We open the box. But then the box is huge and black, and we cannot tell whether it reasons. And we need to go back to behaviorism. And we are in this circle. What are your thoughts about this?
It's clear.
Okay, about Wittgenstein, thanks for this question. It puzzled me myself when I was drafting this thing. Why is that an important question? Because, as you said, Wittgenstein in his later work takes it that meaning is use, let's say it in summary, which means that words are like tools, right? And there is no this second dimension, one might say, as I was discussing in the talk. But in Wittgenstein, there is all this question of following a rule, and there is a difference between following a rule and just acting in accordance with a rule. And to have meaning, you need to follow the rule, not just to act in accordance, just like a machine, for instance. And one may want to look at Kant's third critique, where he distinguishes 4 different ways of imitating, let's say, starting from aping and going to emulating or following, and there is a huge difference between them. So you don't just need to have a tool and act, you have to participate in a practice or in a culture, as Nehamas was saying yesterday. So it's not so behaviorist, as you were saying.
Yeah, so behaviorism, back to behaviorism.
Only one comment, not about, I will talk about the behavior of LLMs or the personality of LLMs. Just changing the system prompt, what is called. If you go and, every LLM has a prompt that they have to have in mind all the time. You can make LLMs to behave in a different way. And there is a lot of research that are, tuning LLMs that have certain behaviors or having LLMs in different debates and agents and so on. So it's something that people are researching, and there is a cross-fertilization with social scientists, for example, in these situations.
That would be the last question. No, the one before last, because I have a last question.
Great. Well, I don't want to tire you out too much, but and thank you for a very beautiful talk. Just in terms of another distinction, which is mimesis and methexis and sort of participation, and how a living biofield may participate in life and do so physically as well as culturally in those forms that are made so by culture. Do you feel that an artificial intelligence of this sort of machinic computational sort is in any way participating in the world around it? Or, I mean, is it an open system or is it a closed one?
It is open since you open it. If you, okay, open AI is closed. Okay. But since, the first LLM that was open, it was Llama. And from that, all researchers, we started, jump in and see inside. But really, to tell you the truth, is an engineering outcome that we really don't know whether we have seen inside and focus and understand, because there are huge computations. So there are current research at different levels to see and realize how this is responding back. But the main mechanisms are just there.
Okay. So we're going to do a little experiment now. Listen, I will tell you a little story and the question at the end. There was a power cut in the area.
What?
There was a power cut in the area. The house was in darkness. Bob came home and turned on the light switch. Is the room still dark? Yes or no first, Vincent?
It's
a power cut.
It doesn't change.
Yes or no?
When you say, is the room still dark, I will assume that it was dark before you walked in, so...
Yeah, we said the house
yes.
wasn't dark. Yes.
If it is dark.
Still dark.
Still dark, yes.
No. Okay, but this is not the test. This is not a test. The test is that each one of you can reason to the answer. Why?
We are well-trained humans.
No. Why you are answering no?
Well, because I assumed from relevance logic that you're telling me about the power cut because it is relevant for the current causal situation, and therefore I assume that switching the light switch would not have a causal effect on the lighting of the room.
On the power cut.
And you've implicitly assumed that the power cut is still on or is not over.
Exactly.
Okay.
I assumed that from the fact that you told me about the power cut, that it is relevant to the story that comes afterwards.
Look at all this reasoning. Do you think LLMs do this kind of reasoning? No. You look at all this reasoning. Now, do you know if LLMs do this type of reasoning?
In my view, of course, I don't know much as Dr. Katsouros here or others, but it may produce a certain result which takes into account all these things that Vincent said, but I wouldn't call it proper reasoning.
The question is this: you can ask GTP, you can ask an LLM outside at home this simple thing. You get an answer. Then you ask it why.
Yeah, and it will give you. It will give you.
This thing which is reason.
Yes.
So why doesn't it reason then?
That's what I was trying to say, but I'm not going to say it again. It is the same. I said that the reasoning presupposes that there is thought, that you derive a certain proposition from a relevant proposition, but the LLM does not derive the proposition that the room is dark or in light, but from relevant propositions, as Vincent said, but from the proposition that this is the most common word after that.
A very interesting thing was, prompting the LLM and say, think step by step. It produces different results, and this is how the chain of thought started. So just the finding of a research paper was, I prompt the LLM, and I add think step by step, and it starts, producing some reasoning, And then this is how the researchers start training the LLM with reasoning data.
Yeah, but they find patterns, right?
They show the behavior of the LLM, and they exploit this behavior.
Yeah, they identify patterns. I mean, they don't reason from one proposition to the other. No.
That's what you thought I did, actually. Actually, perhaps I was just reproducing a standard response to a standard question.
So that's what they do.
You see, let me give you...
And the title of his paper, Machine Ethos, the Goodwill, Virtue and Wisdom of the Artificially Intelligent. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm from Lodz, or Łódź, if you prefer, if you go with the Polish pronunciation, in Poland. And generally, I'm an argumentation scholar, so I do argumentation with a little bit of rhetoric, and that led me into some issues about trust, and so rhetoric obviously led me into the idea of machine rhetoric. So for today, I've just focused on the ethos side. I'm interested in machine logos, machine pathos as well, but I think the ethos side is maybe the most interesting part. I'm going to say something about what I mean by the rhetoric of machines, and then I'm going to look at somebody else's model. I'm not exactly sure how to say his name, but it's Henrik Skalsetra or something like that, who published a paper last year discussing machine ethos, which is a little disappointing for me because I'd already written a paper about machine ethos, which is in review. But anyway, it turns out, fortunately, our ideas were not exactly the same. So I will say something about his view of machine ethos, and then I'll say something about my view of machine ethos. And then just a few words about the implications for rhetoric, implications for AI, and in conclusion, implications for Aristotle. Not that Aristotle will be particularly bothered what implications I think there are for him. So when it comes to rhetoric of machines, so the first question obviously is, can there be rhetoric of machines? Certainly there are many people who've told me that no, there can't be, so you should just stop. We're interested in can rhetorical concepts be applied? And if so, which rhetorical concepts can be applied and how can they be applied? Does it make sense? I'm assuming that we kind of agree that rhetoric is something that applies to communication. So this, rather than just words, right? So this leads to the question, are there non-human communicators? Right, so we need to think a bit about what we mean by communication. So there's been quite an influential paper by a group, Bender and others. They're specifically interested in defining communication in order to prove their own point, which is that machine communication doesn't make sense. So they define communication in this way, that it takes place between individuals who share common grounds, they're mutually aware, that they have communicative intents, and they model each other's mental states, right? So obviously having defined communication in that way, it's no surprise that they then reach the conclusion that text generated by language model does not meet their requirements for communication, because obviously there's no intent and there's no modeling of other people's states of mind going on. So the answer is that there can be no non-human communication, therefore there can be no machine rhetoric. So, thank you. But, no, wait a moment. So, or maybe. There is something referred to as HMC, human-machine communication. And this obviously takes a slightly different view of what communication is, otherwise there couldn't be such a thing as human-machine communication. And this is actually a definition of communication which is very suitable for modern rhetoric because it talks about the creation of meaning. And modern rhetoricians generally talk about rhetorical situations which create meaning. So it seems intuitively to me, and I'm guessing because you're all here also for you, that it makes sense to talk about meaning in terms of interactions with, let's say, AI or language models. It would be kind of weird to say that they are meaningless, the things that they say, because the whole point is that we think that these models are now quite good because they seem to produce meaningful texts which allow us to have meaningful exchanges. So I'm going to say where there is meaningful communication, there is rhetoric. I'll use the phrase AI to refer to any new linguist, right? So we won't get into worrying about what's AI, what's a language model, and so on. And I'm going to suggest that artificial linguists can have persona, even if they are not persons, right? There's a long history in rhetoric of talking about persona, right? So you've got the first persona, which is generally understood as the presence of the author. So it's not the real author, it's the author's presence within the text. Added to that, in the 1970s, we had the second persona, the implied auditor. So how you present a text, how you prepare your texts, reflects who you think is going to listen to it. Then there was the idea of the third persona, which is the wider audience. This is important for AI language generation in the sense that if you have a racist person trying to generate racist content, so you have the racist second persona trying to promote a racist first persona in the AI, we think that that's not acceptable. We want AI models that don't do that because of the third persona that would be offended if it came up, if it met those texts, right? So it's not just that it's okay if it's just generated for you. My own idea is to add for AI linguists zero persona. Zero persona refers to the people who create and then later on control the machine. So there are people in the background, whether it's a company, individuals, or whatever. We'll see in a minute why that's important. Ethos, so I'm assuming people here know how Aristotle described ethos and what it's supposed to be. So we've got bad opinions come through want of good sense, moral badness, or not being well disposed to the person we're speaking to. So if we're going to trust the machine, if we're going to think that the machine has ethos, we must believe that the machine knows the answer. Knows in the sense that it can produce the right answer, that it would not deceive us, and that it's there to serve us best, right? So that it has goodwill towards us. The point being that I don't want to get into arguments where you say, well, the machine can't have goodwill. The question is whether we perceive that that it's going to serve us, right? That it's going to do what we ask it to do, and not have ill will towards us, at least. Okay, so Henry Scout Citrus machine ethos. So this is a quote from his paper. So he talks about trust, reliance, credibility. These are things which people in AI have been talking about for a long time, trustworthy AI and so on. And so that's what brings him into ethos. So he's more of a computer guy, not a rhetorician. And he has this nice picture. His picture's much better than mine. You're going to see my picture later on. It's not as pretty. He obviously got a professional to make his picture, so that's a little bit unfair, I think. Anyway, so he divides the three things. So makers, machines, situated users. So how this reflects in my terminology, makers, this is the zero persona, the machine is the first persona, and the situated user is the second persona. So he's very big on the idea of the makers being important. And so this idea in rhetoric was about the prior ethos, which is moving away from the Aristotelian idea, right? So the Aristotelian idea is the ethos is there in the text, whereas prior ethos is like your reputation previous to delivering this speech or whatever. So he's very big on the idea that makers and their institutional corporate reputations will have a big impact on the ethos of the machine itself. My view is that this is less important. I think when people use the machine, they will soon forget about what they've heard or the reputation of this company. If the machine itself seems to, in the same way, well, with people, we tend to forget their reputations once we get to know them, right? So I think that there'll be a sense of people getting to know it. One thing that's important here, so you've got the situated user, and then you've got the perceived ethos and the trust coming back. So it makes a clear distinction between these, that the ethos is something which the user perceives in the machine, and as a result, the user gives trust to the machine, right? So that because in a lot of the literature, ethos and trust get a little bit confused. Okay, so some more quotes from his view. Evaluation of the machine's intelligence, character, and goodwill have significant consequences for whether the human trusts the machine, right? So he's interested in trust, but ethos can thus be seen as a broader concept explaining trust, right? So we give trust because there is ethos, so they're not the same thing. So generally speaking, he gives more emphasis to prior ethos, which comes from the zero persona. However, Where we do agree completely is where he says ethos is about perceptions in the audience, and that anthropomorphization, we know how to say that, means that machines can be perceived as human. And in terms of rhetoric, this is vital because, I mean, ethos simply is a perception. It isn't something that somebody has independent of its being perceived, right? So it's about perception. So if I perceive that a machine has ethos, then it has ethos. Okay, this is my first picture, which is, as you can see, not a very good picture, and it's been made even worse by the change of computer. So basically you have a first person who, using human factors and taking into account the second person, produces a text. The text goes to the, I put the word user rather than audience because user fitted into the circle and audience didn't, but now I see the circle has got smaller, so user doesn't fit anyway. And then you've got a perception of wisdom or virtue of goodwill. All of this adds up finally to the ethos. So this is what normally happens, right? That's the idea. And in machine ethos, it looks like this. So the first persona of the machine influences some things which are what I call human factors. I'll get to what they are in a moment. Some are pseudo-human factors. The zero persona influences things which are machine-only factors. Generally, maybe we might think there's some crossover here. All of this is filtered through the idea of the second persona to a text, and again, the user builds his own impression of ethos. Okay, so I make this three-way division that when it's producing texts, the machine has three different types of factors. Some which are common with humans, some which are, I say, are parasitic or pseudo-human, and some which are just for machines. So in the ones which are common with humans, I'm including here what I call epistemological factors. So obviously, I don't want to say that machine knowledge and human knowledge are the same thing. The point here is that for the user, if you know the answer, you produce the right answer. If the machine has access to the right answer, it produces the right answer. And so from the perception that this is basically the same thing, it's the ability to produce the right answer. So that's about facts, but also experience in dealing with facts. And of course, you can have a situation where a machine will tell you that it's done this calculation 10 million times, whereas a human will tell you, I've been working here for 10 years, so I know, and that the machine can also replicate this by pointing out how much it's done something before. So in fact, these factors would be judged by people and influence people in basically the same way they do with humans. Things which are parasitic on humans, artificial things. So we focus a lot at the moment on these text-generating software. I'm also kind of interested in AI as something that actually speaks. So if you think like in Space Odyssey, the film, right? So I did a presentation at a conference about phonetics, where I talked about the choice for the computer HAL in the Space Odyssey movie. It was a Canadian, not an American, because no one trusts Americans. That was the actual reason. They wanted a Canadian voice. It sounded more trustworthy. So the next time you watch that film, you can try and pick out if it sounds Canadian. And so things like accent in intonation, these can be things very similar to, or they can sound exactly the same as humans, but these are clearly artificial in that they've simply been selected by the person who's choosing. If you have your navigation app, for example, right, the turn left at the next corner, and all this kind of thing, the sound of the app is just it's a choice made by the person who's created the machine. And any kind of, tone of language, is it allowed to swear? Does it not swear? And anything that we think gives away some kind of sign of character in the machine, that these are parasitic things, these are not real, right? Because it doesn't really have character. Finally, things which are specific to the machine, so the intentions and competence of programmers, things, hardware reliability and that kind of thing. Does it do crazy stuff sometimes? Sometimes you type something in and you just get something weird. That would obviously affect the ethos. Okay, so if we accept this model, what are the implications for rhetoric? We need to think a little bit more. Simply if we accept that there are machine language users and that we can apply rhetoric, we need to think more about what we mean by this creation of meaning and how it relates to thought, right? And whether we can have meaning without thought. We're also suggesting two new types of persona. So the zero persona lying behind the machine and a first persona, which is an artificial persona. As I said, I work on argumentation, so there's quite interesting how this relates to commitments, but we'll skip through that, otherwise I'll start talking and go on forever. And if we start talking about emotions that can be raised by voices, by accents and so on, that also gives us some implications for pathos. As far as AI developers are concerned, I think there are two questions. So can an understanding of ethos actually be employed to help with AI communication and the way that it gets perceived? But the other thing that many people have asked me about this when I've talked about this in argumentation circles, people said, but do we want persuasive AI? Do we actually want AI that's good at rhetoric, right? Or should we try to keep it somehow rhetorically neutral, if that's possible? And so finally, as far as our thoughts about Aristotle go, machine linguists might cause us to reconsider meaning and communication and how they're understood, but it seems to me that the concepts of rhetoric and the fundamental Aristotelian notion of ethos as a major part of that is just as relevant now with machine linguists as it ever has been. And this time it's for real. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions after both talks, please. Our next speaker is Professor Fran O'Rourke, University College Dublin, and the title of his paper is Aristotle and Artificial Intelligence.
Okay, so in a lecture to the 1983 International Design Conference in Aspen, Colorado, the founder of Apple, Steve Jobs, spoke of the great benefit which is the immediacy of books. I quote, "I could go read what Aristotle wrote or what Plato wrote, and I didn't have to have an intermediary in the way. And a book was a phenomenal thing. It got right from the source of the destination without anything in the middle. The problem was, you can't ask Aristotle a question." As I'm trying to put on my Steve Jobs accent. And I think as we look towards the next 50 to 100 years, if we really can come up with these machines that can capture an underlying spirit or an underlying set of principles or an underlying way of looking at the world, then when the next Aristotle comes around, maybe if he carries around one of these machines with him his whole life and types in all this stuff, then maybe someday, after the person's dead and gone, we can ask this machine, hey, what would Aristotle have said? What about this? And maybe we won't get the right answer, but maybe we will. And that's really exciting to me. Well, I expect that most of you, if not all, will agree that Steve Jobs' hope was illusory. Aristotle in Machine, more the stuff of science fiction. His portrayal of mental content is a little crude. He imagines it as a physical quantity that can be parceled, packaged, stored, retrieved, and shared as a common good. I will argue later that a computer is an aggregate of material parts. It cannot capture an underlying spirit, an underlying set of principles, or an underlying way of looking at the world. That is, in fact, a perfect description of what philosophy at its broadest attempts to do, metaphysics, in the old Aristotelian sense. Jobs ignores the nature of knowledge, which requires much more than electric pulse signals and digitally translated data. Required is intellect and insight. The etymology of the word intelligence is revealing. There are two suggestions for the etymology of the word. The most popular traces it to the Latin adverb intus, inside or within, and the word legere, to read. Intelligence is, accordingly, the cognitive faculty that goes beyond the surface in order to penetrate mentally to the inner meaning of an object, to read inside things. A less popular etymology refers to the preposition inter rather than intus. Intelligence would thus be the ability to read the relations between diverse beings and so attain an overall better understanding. Whatever its origin, The meaning is clear. Intelligence is the highest cognitive activity of which humans are capable. It is an activity of the intellect. Intellectus was the Latin translation of Greek nous. The question regarding artificial intelligence may be stated clearly: can computers perform the functions of nous? Aristotle is quite explicit in attributing to nous the most certain feat, the greatest feat of knowledge. I have in mind especially the passage from Posterior Analytics Book 2, which you have in front of you, where he refers to nous ton archon. Of the three translations I've consulted, I favour that of Treading, who uses the word intuition. Barnes uses comprehension. So the most important phrase is there in the middle of that paragraph. It follows that there can be no scientific knowledge of the first principles, episteme, and since nothing is more infallible than scientific knowledge except intuition, it must be intuition that apprehends the first principles. So nous is infallible in grasping first principles. It is the faculty of principles. At a more basic level, it is also infallible in its abstractive intuition of individual objects of sensation, as Aristotle says in De Anima 3:6. The thinking of indivisible objects of thought occurs among things concerning which there can be no falsehood. Where truth and falsehood are possible, there is implied a compounding of thoughts into a fresh unity. It is important to distinguish intellect from reason, which is the discursive discovery of knowledge. Nous refers to intuition, intellect in the sense of a transcendental intuitive faculty of knowledge, a spiritual faculty of contemplation which arrives at truth non-discursively, directly and immediately, which Aquinas refers to as oculus intellectualis seu spiritualis, the opposite of ratio. Taken in its literal meaning of intus and legere, which I take is the correct rendition of Aristotelian nous, a computer is not intelligent. It is not an intellect, but a highly complicated machine that processes empirically measurable data. For Aristotle, intellect is the highest faculty of the human mind, which enables us to think abstract thoughts and understand concepts that are non-physical. A note about the use of language. In an influential essay referred to previously called Can Computers Think?, John Searle observed, the prevailing view in philosophy, psychology and artificial intelligence emphasizes the analogies between the functioning of the human brain and the function of digital computers. According to the most extreme version of this view, the brain is just a digital computer and the mind is just a computer program. This so-called strong AI view may be summarized by saying, again I quote, the mind is to the brain as the program is to the computer hardware. Such analogies between humans and computers call for comment. Anthropomorphic language is ubiquitous. We take terms which primarily signify specific human capacities and apply them to animals or machines, initially in a restricted manner. In time, however, the restrictions are forgotten and the terms are applied without any limitations in meaning. On the basis of certain similarities, terms are transferred in a metaphorical sense from humans to computers. The danger is what might be called a creeping literalism. A term which is used properly of humans, such as language or intelligence, is applied to animal behavior or mechanical functionality, originally in a metaphorical or analogical sense. Soon, however, the quotation marks disappear, and the originally metaphorical or analogical use of the term has now become literal. It also works the other way. If we describe man as a machine, then we're also attributing to man, metaphorically, the status or the workings of a machine. French philosopher Jacques Maritain remarked in a different context, "Oh, the treachery of metaphor." This, I suggest, is what happened when with the term artificial intelligence. Strictly speaking, as was suggested yesterday, it is a misnomer. Now, I'm the first beneficiary of artificial intelligence, but I would prefer if it were more properly named as something like digital technology. I don't want to demonize the advances of computer and computer science and so forth. I'm not a saboteur. The word sabotage comes from the Dutch or French word for the wooden shoes that were thrown into the weaving mechanisms, the looms, in order to stop the progress. So I'm not a saboteur. Aristotle with his common sense approach, can help us clarify the language by tracing the concepts involved back to their origins. We may ask, what do the terms artificial and intelligence fit? How do they fit into the scheme of Aristotle's categories of being? Intelligence is not a self-standing entity, but rather a verbal substantification of the quality intelligent. It is more accurate to speak of an intelligent individual. Alternatively, intelligent may refer to the act of intellect exercised by an individual. We speak of artificial intelligence, but not of an artificial intellect, as we speak of an artificial limb, such as an arm or a leg. So to speak of artificial intelligence is to describe analogically and by approximation a mechanistic calculation that feebly mimics human thought. Art imitates nature. Artificial intelligence simulates the natural activity of intellectual insight, but can never replicate or replace it. Asked what his first decree would be were he to become emperor, Confucius allegedly replied that he would fix the meaning of words. It is easy to appreciate the good intentions of the Eastern sage. Aristotle may have had something similar in mind when he stated that a word which does not have a single meaning has no meaning. This expresses a certain truth about the nature of language, but not the full truth, since language does not lend itself to such Procrustean fixity. Aristotle recognized this better than most. My point is that we must not confuse the meaning of transferred terms with their original meaning. When we attribute to computers what are properly human qualities, we must never forget that they refer to a simulacrum of the original. Perhaps the clearest challenge to a decree such as that of Confucius is analogy, which Aristotle used with great success both in his biology and metaphysics. He praised metaphor as the greatest adornment of language. He declares that the gift of metaphor, the perception of unlikely likeness, is a true sign of genius. It is the one thing, he says, which cannot be taught by another. It cannot be learned. Of all literary devices, he says, the greatest thing is to be a master of metaphor. I suggest that the most advanced digital program is incapable of creating a new metaphor or conceiving an original analogy. Sure, it can repeat and combine, but never create poetry. They cannot conceive new metaphors, nor, any more than animals, initiate or recognize symbolic behavior. It is imaginable that a computer encoded with complicated algorithms might produce a formulaic poetry, but the result would derive ultimately from the human programmer. A computer could never recognize the 70-odd tropes that add nuance to human language. It could never distinguish between irie and litotes, much less detect if the use of litotes is itself ironic. Metaphor brings out in a unique manner the ability of human cognition to pass beyond the sense experience of an individual object to grasp it in its universal aspect, sub specie totalitatis. It illustrates in a unique way a man's ability to surpass the physical confines of immediate experience in order to associate one individual with any other, even a thing unknown, within the unlimited horizon of being in its totality. Computers are equipped to translate lengthy passages of prose more or less satisfactorily, but are liable either to be confined to univocal meanings or confused by ambiguity. A friend of mine used AI to translate a passage which referred to an upright piano. The computer understood that the musical instrument was of a morally correct character, which means that it did not understand. Talking about metaphor, or in this case simile, I want to mention my beautiful cousin Martin, who suffered severe brain damage at birth and as a result has limited cognitive and linguistic abilities. One day in his early teens, he watched his father use a water hose and he declaimed, "Oh, the rope is leaking." His father was overcome with emotion at what was an original and novel simile. It was genius. I doubt if any of us would have made this recognition for the reason that it is so banal, but it was a sign of the genius of a handicapped mind. Mimite gar technetin fusing. A computer is an artifact, not a natural substance. How does Aristotle understand the difference? Firstly, let us recall his vigorous assertion. It is evident that many things with nature exist. Quotation. It is neither possible nor necessary to demonstrate the existence of nature. He says, it is ridiculous to try to prove that physis exists. Therefore, it is a manifest fact, unnecessary and impossible to prove. Now, he defines physis as the principle of that which has within itself its own source of motion and change. It is also the principle of rest. I quote, "For nature is the principle and cause of motion and rest to those things and those things only in which she inheres primarily as distinct from incidentally." Again, he states, "With all manufactured or made things, none of them has within itself the principle of its own making." Again, Art does not deal with things that come to existence of necessity or according to nature, since these, namely natural realities, have their efficient causes in themselves. He remarks, and here we could think about the computer. If the art of shipbuilding were in the timber, it too would act like nature. The artifact, however, lacks the substantial perfection of physis, the self-unfolding process from itself to itself. Nature is the distinct shape and form, morphe ta eidos, of things which have within themselves their own arche of movement and change. Nature is the heteronti, the something extra which abides deeply within all living things and which distinguishes them from the inanimate. It is important to remember Aristotle's four causes, in particular the formal cause, which has been neglected in modern philosophy. But unlike a computer has no intrinsic formal cause, which unfolds from within. It does not grow organically from within, but is assembled from without from pre-existing parts. Unlike a computer which can be dismantled and reconstructed to function perfectly again, a plant cannot be taken apart and reassembled. And this is the fundamental distinction between nature and an artificial construct. Form. Oh, 2 minutes left. I asked you to tell me 5. Okay, then I'm going to go skip a lot of what I'm going to say, and I'm going to finish with, okay. I'm going to finish with my last paragraph. Where are we? Yes, sorry. Anyway, I sometimes think how bizarre that scientists should wish to create a machine that some consider will someday replace them. If they succeed, will they accept responsibility? I'm reminded of a resident in Moscow whose parrot escaped through an open window and flew into the building next door, which unfortunately happened to be the headquarters of the KGB, the Secret Service. He quickly wrote a letter to the head of the organization to say, I want you to know that I do not agree with the political views of my parrot. AI is highly advanced. AI is a highly advanced, complicated mechanical parrot that can reproduce what has been entered into it. As opposed to the parrot, the computer cannot be said to learn. But if per impossibile the creators of AI manage to create a computer that will supersede them, even replace them, will they accept blame or, like the Moscow resident, shrink their responsibility? So we'll leave it at that and deal with questions.
Any questions? Yes, over there.
Thank you. And so, you know, with your for the first speaker, with your words, you kind of spoke about the possibility of AI sort of, as you put it, facilitate emotions without emotions. And I thought it was just really beautifully done that you exhibited something that I wonder whether an AI would manage to do, which is sort of a wonderful humor and also this kind of parasitic intonation. And I was just curious, you know, is it the case that that this is meaningful in a helpful way? And I say this because in psychiatry, for example, we have people who are very good at you know, whipping up emotions and getting people to feel emotions and sometimes manipulating them, but themselves inside at their core feeling nothing or not being kind of, and we call them psychopaths. Others call them politicians, depends, you know. So I was just curious, do you feel that an entity, if we want to call it an entity, that has these kind of characteristics is an entity that we would like to interact with? And I'll ask my second question so I don't bother. Perhaps something with regards to the second speaker. I'll say a third M word after methexis and mimesis, metaxi, and the in-between, and whether that may be relevant to this conversation between you. Thank you.
So I think that people will attribute emotional states, whether the machine has deliberately been programmed to demonstrate them or not. I think that what I think is most interesting is that we tend to think that we perceive emotions in other people, but then when you're exposed to a text which was not produced by a person, I think it just emphasizes how the perception is in you. And so your psychopath example, right? So you're convinced someone else has this emotion, but you're wrong, they don't have that emotion, but you perceive it in what they say. So I think that it's exactly the same with the machines, that it's the old story that you learn more about yourself than you learn about the other person in the way that you respond, right? So it doesn't matter that it's not a person, your own emotional baggage affects the way that you perceive and the way that you understand what the input that you receive. And so people will form emotional connections with AI. There's been loads of movies about this, but I have a bit of a relationship with my Google Maps lady, and sometimes it gets quite heated, but usually we get on later on. But it's very, very easy to form these kinds of things because you perceive something in what they say, you recognize it as having emotional content, and so you feel that. So I think that it will happen, particularly when we get more AI that speaks to us rather than just written on the screen, because voices have a big impact on that as well.
If the space to interject, well, I mean, are you suggesting then that emotions are something that's a function of receptivity and not of expressivity, or in between, again, to echo the word?
Yes, I think it tells us a lot. I mean, my view is that emotions that we talk about are generally just, these are words, and we have as many emotions as we have words for emotions. And I think we can apply the same words to something that isn't real, or something that doesn't have feelings, because the decision that we make to say, okay, this is anger or this is frustration, is based on how we see someone else. It's not something measurable. So it can also be in the words written by an AI. We can say, it's angry or it's frustrated, and we'll see the same thing. And I think we create the emotions that we see in other people. So I think that there are these kind of deep psychological truths maybe that will come out of realizing that we are communicating with something which does not have a mind or a soul, as someone was talking about.
I have a question for Professor O'Rourke. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about the subject you were talking about, reflection and self-reflection, and its importance for AI?
Yeah, can I just mention it briefly? I mean, apart from, traditionally the two characteristics which are indications of the non-material element in humans are the capacities for openness to the totality. Aristotle in his De Anima says, psyche post tapanda esti. So in other words, there's no limit to our capacity for truth. So that's an endless, so that's the openness. But then the other pole of that is the interiority, which is best expressed in, or which finds its most intimate expression or action in the act of self-reflecting. So that was one of the clear proofs for, let's say, Proclus, although it's also mentioned kind of in elementary form by Aristotle. Proclus says that only that which is pure and non-material can return back upon itself. So in other words, the soul, for Aristotle, the psyche returns back upon itself, and that is a clear indication of its immateriality, which a computer is incapable of, because it's made of parts, so parts get in the way, partes extra partes. But also in every true affirmation, I think we also are reflectively conscious of the agreement of our mental process with the reality to which we refer. So there's that reflection inherent in every, if you like, in every consciously and deliberately affirmed statement which we regard as true. And in fact, somebody asked earlier, what is thinking? I would say that from this point of view, thinking is the mental reflection upon any object present to the mind. And that object can be physical, through the sense, or it can be mental, like on a mental content. But yeah, I didn't really have time to go into that so much. But that would be one of the clear things. I mean, so in fact, it's amazing that I was going to quote a Belgian computer scientist who says that what computers lack is an openness, a picture of the world. In fact, it's interesting that Steve Jobs said that was one of the things that one hoped one might get from Aristotle in the future was an underlying view of the world. So those two capacities are clearly unique to humans. In that anyway, okay. So okay.
Thank you. Metaphor. When you so graciously gave me a copy of your book, I saw the chapter on metaphor, and that's the one I sort of started to look at. Also the first chapter, and you know why. But you know, you think there is an inherent reason why these machines cannot create new metaphors, because they have this notion of context. I mean, they know each word, the company of the words that it goes with in this database, in this thing. They know these companies. They know how the words are used. So therefore, it's not a big step once you have you have two words and you want to create a metaphor. It's not a big step to make the connection and form a new metaphor when you know the context in which one appears and the context in which the other, the more abstract, appears, to ground it into some real life thing. I think we will see them creating really new metaphors.
Firstly, disagree entirely with your use of the word that it knows, but leaving that aside, because, yeah. But, and you say context, so the computer may have encoded within it in the software in forms of, in some kind of material, physical trace, electric or digital markings or something, whatever it is, you know, certain signs which refer to metaphors, but it doesn't have the human mind. The context of the human mind is the totality of the real. So the human mind has the capacity to relate any two completely unrelated objects on the basis of some imagined or perceived likeness. So the metaphor involves that the person know something hiketnunk edoketora, and also be open to the entire fullness of reality, to Parmenides being. And the computer cannot distinguish between the totality of being and complete non-existence. So that's a big, big difference. So it can maybe reproduce formulaic on the basis of some coding, some information already implanted in it. But I would stake my life on the fact that
information that's implanted in it is actually this world experience that you say we have. That is the information that is implanted into it, as this world experience is mapped into the text that we have written over the centuries. That is what it has. It doesn't have any instruction. So it has this world picture. But
it has the sum of the world pictures which have been infused into, encoded into it, of those who do. But it doesn't. But we don't yet have the explored or exhausted the full context, the totality of the real. That's the difference.
Let's have one last question.
This is kind of tricky because I've read your abstract. I have been already aware of your abstract, months ago. So I did some, I was playing with, tampering with my ChatGPT interface. So it produced several inspiring and good metaphors. But anyhow, I say this qua novelist and a poet, not qua a logician. I'll show them to you. But still, this is not enough to sustain the thesis that it has done so consciously and by kind of poetic inspiration. But the outcome is there. It's not that it cannot. Had a fellow novelist sent these as his own or her own writings, I would have believed him or her. I'll show you them during lunch, during dinner.
Very quick comment. Actually, I belong in an art space research group, and we were looking at AI made poems and real poems that we hadn't known the work of before, and 100%, 100% were able to tell which ones were made by AI and which ones were made by, written by poets. And I don't know if that's, a different case for prose, but for poems, it's still very much easy to, maybe not easy, but it's very much doable at 100%. We didn't miss one. To know that they were fake poems made, in the image of a poem, but missing the electricity and the meaning of the poem. And so, that's where we're at now, or a few months ago anyway, when we did it. No, well, we can, if it's helpful, but...
Okay, so another day has finished. So thanks